Mike Johnson from Louisiana became the GOP's fourth nominee for House Speaker.
Todd Powers live with the details in studio. Hey, Todd.
Here we go again, guys. Good morning to you all. The House could vote on a new speaker later today when Congress meets at noon, with Mike Johnson emerging as the GOP's nominee for House Speaker. Johnson beating out Florida Congressman Byron Donalds with a vote of 128 to 29 in the final round of voting yesterday. 44 House Republicans voting for other candidates, including Kevin McCarthy. Johnson says the House is finally ready to govern after going 3 weeks without a speaker.
Democracy is messy sometimes, but it is our system. This conference that you see, this House Republican majority, is united. I'm honored to have the support of my colleagues, and what they understand about this is servant leadership. We're going to serve the people of this country.
In the meantime, a CNN report revealing House Republicans could consider a joint unity ticket with Kevin McCarthy and former nominee for House Speaker, current House Judiciary Committee Chair Jim Jordan. McCarthy would be running as Speaker of the House, while Jordan would be considered, quote, Assistant Speaker. But when asked, the former House Speaker stayed silent.
Is there something to this idea of you and Mr. Jordan running as a ticket here?
Some members of Congress.
I mean, what do you think of that idea? Would you be for that?
Mike Johnson would need a majority of 217 votes in order to win the Speaker's gavel as a potential government shutdown looms next month.
Shall we have victory today? The Speaker's race may finally end, and we may actually have a very based Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Benny Johnson, and I am in a good mood this morning. The beautiful morning of Wednesday, October 25th, 2023. Mike Johnson of Louisiana, a man with a very fine last name, is the Speaker designate after the anti-Trump total cuck squish Uniparty fraud Tom Emmer dropped out yesterday in total and complete collapse. He was Speaker designate for about an hour. Gavin Newsom meets with President of China after visiting Israel. Gavin Newsom's totally running for president. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Senator Eric Schmitt joins the show. Also, Paulina joins the show. Also, Lauren Boebert joins the show. And everyone's saying, Mike Johnson! It's Benny Johnson! And this is the Benny Show. A lot of breaking news. A lot of breaking news. I'm excited. I'm pumped. I'm super hyped today. I don't know much about Mike Johnson, so we did a lot of research, and now I'm more excited than ever. We did a lot of research. We found articles like this, thanks to our friends at ground.news. Ladies and gentlemen, ground.news is the source that we use in order to indicate for us whether we are looking at something that is of the center left, the center right. It sort of shows the politics of the page of the news that you're looking at, and so you're able to sort of like couch in and sort of build in and insulate yourself from the propaganda. That is why we use Ground News. It is an awesome site. It is something that's really helpful for us because we want to show you both sides. I come from a very open, and I'm very proud of my political positions. I've thought through my political positions, but a lot of these people haven't. So they're frauds and they lie to you. Ground News is the app that lets you sift through these narratives and call them out so you can see the full story. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is how we're analyzing Mike Johnson today, and we will jump into who this man is. If you wish to use Ground News, go to ground.news/Benny to get 30% off your unlimited access in their pro plan for as little as $1 a month. I love this company. I like what they're doing. More transparency in news. That is what we're all about. Ground.news/Benny. Use the link in the description. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be live today. We have senators, members of Congress, rushing, calling, ripping our phones, melting our phones down, saying we want to come on the show. We want to talk about Mike Johnson. We're hyped to talk about Mike Johnson, okay? And we're going to bring you, I think, maybe 3 or 4 different members of Congress on this show, and we'll bring you the vote live. We will not We will not cut this live feed until we have a speaker today. Please, Lord Jesus. Because I'm ready. I'm ready to get back to work. You know my thoughts on this. I've been very upfront about this, all right? I am not a Democrat, meaning I am not lobotomized. I'm not smooth brain, okay? While I am a team player, I often hate Republicans more than I hate Democrats because Republicans stab you in the back. I say this a lot on the show. Two major maxims, and this is where you will create enlightenment. Enlightenment comes from understanding that two things. One, Democrats stab you in the face, Republicans stab you in the back, okay? So I'm very critical of the Republican Party, and I think we ought, in order to create a better Republican Party, I consider myself a Republican, we got to be critical of the Republican Party. Two, I'm also a man who understands that there are no secret Republicans amongst the Democrat ranks, okay? There are a ton of secret Democrats in the Republican ranks, and it's important to call them out. And we've been able to see this, right? So the first vote for Speaker for McCarthy showed you who the good guys were, all right? And the votes for Jim Jordan showed you who the bad guys were in the House. And now this vote this morning for Mike Johnson of Louisiana, elected to Congress in 2017, a rock-ribbed, rock-solid option for conservatives that seemed to be uniting everyone. This man is seemingly going to become Speaker. And so we should know who he is. And we should also be able to look very plainly at the the playing field here and ask ourselves, was it worth it? Well, we'll see in due time. You know that I've had my misgivings about Kevin McCarthy. You know that I've not spared Matt Gaetz for his lack of logistics in this battle. You must be able to get up over the mountainside of the battlefield. I like Matt Gaetz' tactics. I don't like the logistics. This 3 weeks without a speaker has sucked up a lot of oxygen. It is, and I'm going to tell you exactly why I'm happy for it to be over. And then we're going to jump into Mike Johnson and see, like, hey, this guy's actually freaking awesome. Okay? This guy's actually super base. You should be excited about this. And of course, we are going to broadcast him becoming Speaker, I think. All indicators are that we will be able to bring you a broadcast today where we vote for Speaker and he wins on the first ballot. We'll see. That's what all the handicappers are saying. I'll tell you why I'm happy. I'm happy because my boy, James Comer, can get back to work. Jim Jordan can get back to work. These committees can get back to work. We elected Republicans to be a check and a balance on Joe Biden. And when we're infighting and when everyone's clutching their pearls and sitting in their locker room with their little cliques at the lunch table or whatever, and then you get all these mean girl factions in Congress, then we're not united and we're not actually fighting the real enemy. The real enemy inside the gates are the Marxists that control this country, the globalists, and Joe Biden, the puppeteers of Joe Biden. Barack Obama, ETAL. And so we got to keep our eye on the prize. And you can't do that if everyone's fighting. And if the one branch of government that we were able to gift to Republicans, we, you, me, we were able to gift this to Republicans, if they're there taking bowling pins and hitting each other in the nutsack and taking, whatever, the gavels and bopping each other in the head. And if everyone's fighting and if it's a giant bloody mess, then we aren't able to do the sole obligation of these people, the sole purpose for their lives, the vector of power that we give to them is to oversee and to stop Joe Biden, to stop his agenda. And we've been betrayed long enough. We've been betrayed. We were betrayed by Paul Ryan. We were betrayed by John Boehner. And we are sick of being betrayed. And I do not believe that Mike Johnson will betray us. Based on what I've seen and based on the research we've done, I think Mike Johnson is a super solid pick, and I'm ready to get back to work. Are you? Are you ready for them to get back? Like, are you ready for the Joe Biden impeachment inquiry to continue? Are you ready for that? I certainly, sure as hell I am, man. I am. James Comer, yesterday, we played a clip that just breaks my heart because James Comer's done such good work on this. And James Comer was like, this is stupid. Let's get back to the work of exposing who the Bidens are. You know, we got an election In 1 year, we got an election. It's Halloween. Next Tuesday, it's Halloween. We got an election. This time next year, we will have some crazy stuff going on. And we got to prepare ourselves. We got to get ready. What are they going to do when Donald Trump is what are they going to do when Donald Trump is leading in every poll by a voluminous and crushing amount? What are they going to do? What kind of mess are they going to unleash on the American people in that situation? We have to prepare. We cannot be infighting. They want us to fight each other. So let's be done with it. Right? That's what I say. Let's be done with it and let's learn from this. Not smart logistics. Not smart logistics. Lost a lot of time. But I'm ready for it to be over. I am. House Speaker Mike Johnson becomes 4th GOP nominee in 3 weeks after Whip Tom Emmer drops out. Tom Emmer was Speaker nominee for like an hour. Donald Trump absolutely sent a thermonuclear hypersonic missile into his candidacy. Donald Trump went on Truth Social. I don't like Tom Emmer. He has a rhino horn. It's so big, he can't even get through the door. They made a Discovery nature documentary on how big of a rhino Tom Emmer is. He's from the Serengeti in Africa. I'm working on my Trump impression, but then I'm working on it. So Tom Emmer got destroyed, and that's really good because Tom Emmer was a bad candidate. Mike Johnson is a good candidate. Now we're going to play you the clip of Mike Johnson's speech from last night after becoming Speaker Designate. Okay? And I think, ladies and gentlemen, we got a good one here. Watch.
We want to thank all the press for waiting. It's been quite a process. Democracy is messy sometimes, but it is our system. This conference that you see, this House Republican majority, is united. I'm honored to have the support of my colleagues, and what they understand about this is servant leadership. We're going to serve the people of this country. We're going to restore their faith in this Congress, this institution of government. America is the last best hope of man on the earth. Abraham Lincoln said it. Ronald Reagan used to remind us all the time, and we're here to remind you of that again. We're going to restore your trust in what we do here. You're going to see a new form of government, and we are going to move this quickly. This group here is ready to govern, and we're going to govern well. We're going to do what's right by the people. And I believe that people are going to reward that next year. But we have a lot of big priorities ahead of us right now.
So this was the press conference from late last night. It's worth playing for you Mike Johnson's intentions of voting today at noon. Again, the vote will commence today at noon. Now, we have a number of members of Congress that are going to join the show before then. They're going to fill us in on who Mike Johnson is. They're going to talk all about him. They're going to talk us through this process. We have senators and Congress members that will be coming on the show momentarily. But Mike Johnson seems very confident that he has all the votes. That's why Mike Johnson last night said, I'm going to the floor and we are getting this vote done right now.
We have a very busy agenda. We have appropriations bills to get through the process, but you are going to see this group working like a well-oiled machine. We owe that to the American people. The people up here have been sent here by the people of this country to do this job, and we are going to do it well. We commit that to you. Thank you for allowing us to go through the process and get to this. It was worth it, and we are going to serve you well. The intention is to go to the House floor tomorrow and make this official, and so we will be doing that.
He is a confident man. He is a confident man, and he has a lot of people backing him. We're going to go through the entire list here of all the members of Congress backing him, but even at his press conference, the entire Republican conference was there effectively. You're seeing a bunch of people from a bunch of different wings. You got Virginia Fox, you got Stefanik, you got Boebert, you got Joe Wilson there. Everyone's standing behind Mike Johnson, and then they started chanting. They started cheering his name. Rudy, Rudy, Rudy. Why are they so excited for Mike Johnson? Let's go into it. Who is Mike Johnson? Rep. Mike Johnson is a great choice for Speaker of the House. He has 74% on the Liberty score, McCarthy was 54%. So you're talking a full order of magnitude higher on the liberty score for Mike Johnson. He has an F rating on Republicans for Ukraine. My kind of guy. F rating on far left democracy score. Good. We'll show you that. Voted against every Ukraine bill after the first one. McCarthy never voted against it. Objected to certifying the 2020 election and helped file the Texas amicus brief. Good. Extremely focused on investigations into the Biden crime family, Mayorkas, and the rest of the administration. Fantastic. Doesn't run to the spotlight. And here he is, of course, with Tucker Carlson there as a wonderful indicator. If there's a lot of members of Congress that refuse to go on Tucker Carlson's programming, remember, read, no Democrats are secret Republicans. A ton of Republicans are secret Democrats, okay? So Mike Johnson was a regular on Tucker Carlson's excellent programming. Mike Johnson, let's go to his website, about Mike Johnson. Republican member of Congress, proudly serving Louisiana's 4th District. He represents 700,000 residents, 16 parishes, northwest and western regions of the state. Mike was elected to the House of Representatives in 2016. Well, hell yeah. By the largest margin of victory the region has seen in over 50 years. Mike Johnson is a experienced constitutional lawyer. Come on, baby. Give it to me. Into my veins. Let's go. Mike serves on the House Judiciary Committee, boom, shakalaka, and is chairman of the subcommittee on the Constitution and Limited Government. He serves on the Select Committee of Weaponization, Federal Government, and House Armed Services Committees. His district includes important military installations, very valuable there. I like guys from military districts. Mike is a dedicated husband and father of 4, attorney who has devoted his life and career to fighting fundamental freedoms and traditional values, and has always been a priority of people of Louisiana. Mike spent 20 years successfully litigating high-profile constitutional law cases in district and appellate courts nationwide. This guy sounds like hell on earth for libs. Really nice. He litigated cases, defender of right to life, liberty, free speech, Second Amendment, free market principles. In his law practice, he drafted landmark legislation. Many states and municipalities provided legal counsels to members of Congress, governors, legislatures, cities. This is the kind of guy you need. You mean a guy who can actually do the legislative and constitutional muscle work, right? Incredible job. Amazing, amazing. So his son is little notes here. His son is a firefighter. Pretty based. And he is a graduate of Louisiana State University. His doctorate from Louisiana State University. So he's actually doctor. Unlike Jill Biden, he refused. You must call me doctor. It's Dr. Jill Biden. He doesn't demand to be called doctor. So, and then you can see here, he has 4 children with his wife. And there's a nice photo there of them and their 4 children. Up top. Look at that. Absolute alpha Chad. Alpha Chad. Have 4 kids? Dude, anyone who has more than 3 kids is Chad in my book. Total Chad. Good for you. Good for you, Mike Johnson. Well done. So here's the democracy score. Okay, from the George Soros organization. So this is from the George Soros funded organization. Democracy score F, very poor. We don't like him. Signed the Texas amicus brief, objects to the certification of the election, made false or irresponsible statements about our democratic systems. Oh, really? What about Hillary Clinton claiming to be president for the last 20 years? How about that? How about the last time that you guys objected and put up fake electors, got a bunch of Hollywood people to mule and complain and beg the Electoral College to switch their votes? Why are you all in prison? Where's the special counsel looking into this? Oh yeah, there was one. It was toothless John Durham sitting around eating Cheetos. This is Hillary Clinton has straight up claimed for the last 7 years that she's president of the United States. Okay. They call people election deniers. Truly breathtaking. Mike Johnson is an America First conservative, solid voting record, served as a member of Trump's legal defense team during the 2019 and 2020 Senate impeachment trials. Well done. I didn't know that. He defended Donald Trump on the impeachment trials. Has not voted for Ukraine funding, except in the initial bill. Jim Jordan is his mentor. Well. Based Mike. Let's scroll up there. Have a good look at the guy. Here you go. This is going to be your new Speaker of the House. And if you need any further, indication that this guy is a total based Chad, check this out from the press last night. The press and media, so the Soros organizations hate him. Democrats are all crying and seething this morning. They never did that for anyone else. They didn't do that for Tom Emmer. They were trying to help Tom Emmer become speaker. Democrats were going to anoint Tom Emmer speaker. They were just going to not show up to vote. That would have made Tom Emmer speaker like instantly. Okay? Democrats were going to help Tom Emmer. They wanted George W. Bush to become speaker. What does that mean? Democrats were openly being like, please give us George W. Bush as speaker. What does that tell you? What party is George W. Bush part of? Go look at the photos of him hugging Michelle Obama. Just getting in there. These frauds. I'm so sick of them. So, last night, the press proved that they hate Mike Johnson, that they really don't like Mike Johnson. The press had an aneurysm at his little press conference last night, and you got to hear the reactions. Great. This will put you over the edge. If you don't think this guy's great right now, this is the clip that'll put you over. Watch.
Mr. Johnson, you helped lead the efforts to overturn the 2020 election results. Will you
Next question. Next question.
Boo! Donald Trump on Truth Social. Come on, baby. Congratulations to Republicans. Yesterday was a very big and important day. Gave us a quick and easy way forward. Donald Trump is effectively saying, hold on, just jumping down here. Oh, not going to make an endorsement in the race. Okay, well, there you go. But okay, here we go. Sorry, scrolling down. The president being a bit long-winded here. My strong suggestion is to go with leading candidate Mike Johnson. Get it done fast. Love, DJT. There you go. Down at the very bottom. Trump wasn't endorsing because there's a number of great people that were running yesterday, including people that are big, strong Trump supporters like Byron Donalds, and you all know that we like Byron Donalds a lot on this program. So, Donald Trump on Mike Johnson. Trump was asked about it. Trump's endorsing the guy. Watch.
Respected by everybody. I hear it looks like it's really good. I haven't had one negative comment about him. Everybody likes him. He's respected by all, and that's something we need. And it looks like that's going to happen. So that'll be a wonderful thing. I put out a group today on him, and I did one last night. You saw that. We think there's somebody that could be really spectacular, and maybe for many years to come, he'll be very good. So we're very happy about that.
So Donald Trump is saying, hey, this is going to be a really good thing. And maybe it will be. I mean, I'm totally down. Listen, guys, we've been watching these clips of Mike Johnson ripping through like big tech. Like, for instance, when they brought in Twitter, Mike Johnson was able to question the censors at Twitter. That these are the people that nuked the great ALX from the platform for absolutely no reason. They stopped us from having millions of followers. As soon as these people left, we got millions more followers on Twitter. They had their boot on our neck. Mike Johnson had our back, saying that Twitter had just simply become an FBI subsidiary. Watch.
The federal government, from Democrat members of Congress to intelligence agencies, including the FBI, used Twitter and other social media companies to censor Americans' speech. If the alarm bells are not going off, then you're not paying attention. Over the past 3 years, documents show, they prove what you guys have uncovered here, is there's communication between Twitter and the FBI. It was constant, it was pervasive. Twitter was basically an FBI subsidiary before Elon Musk took it over. The Twitter files revealed that by 2020, Twitter was engaged in open information sharing with the intelligence community, and now we know there were many intelligence agencies apparently involved in this. The FBI pressured Twitter to act on election-related tweets leading up to the 2022 election. Of course, they did it in 2020 as well. And Twitter dutifully censored content as a result. Twitter executives restricted accounts. They censored speech that conflicted with the left's narrative. Twitter has used its internal tools to control and manipulate speech considered misinformation. And who was determining that? It was the government bureaucrats. Documents show that Twitter used visibility filtering to restrict certain accounts and posts and removed people from the platform altogether. The Twitter files should be a matter of bipartisan concern for every member of Congress and every American citizen, because it is a bedrock principle of our constitutional system that the government does not get to decide what speech is acceptable or true.
Come on, baby. That's the constitutional lawyer in him. That's the constitutional king sitting there giving the lecture. Who needs the whiz bang? Nobody. It's good. It's good to be understated. It's good to be in control. This is how you win. It's a valuable thing. And he's asking all the right questions. We've done show after show after show about who left the cocaine in the White House. Who did it? Oh, we know who. Name rhymes with Bunter Hyden. But ladies and gentlemen, Mike Johnson also asking that question. Go.
Secretary Mayorkas, we have the frustrating responsibility on this committee of providing oversight of your agency, but I have to be honest and tell you, I'm not sure exactly what you do at the Department of Homeland Security other than great harm. On your watch, the data is pretty clear. We've had record levels of illegal immigration, a rapid decline in deportations, skyrocketing fentanyl deaths across our country, and the Secret Service, which is a DHS component, can't determine who left cocaine at the White House.
Shakalaka, come on, baby. Flames on. Joining the show right now, the absolutely spectacular, speaking of somebody who's just pure flames, all right, the absolutely spectacular Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna from the great state of Florida. Let's go. Hey, Congresswoman, Benny. Thank you so much for being on the program. We're so excited to have you back in action. Congratulations on new baby.
Thank you. He's quite the hit. You know, if we didn't sort this out, I was going to nominate him next for speaker. So
I saw the amazing photo of you. Were you on the House floor with you holding your?
Yeah.
What's his name? I apologize. What?
It's George Henry, after my father. But yeah, I had him on the House floor, and his first vote, so we can bring kids to the floor, was for Jim Jordan. Obviously, you saw, unfortunately, that didn't go as we planned. But we do have quite the fighter. We're very excited about Mike Johnson.
So we're going to grab that photo. Let's go. This is such a cute photo, but please tell me more about Mike Johnson. We are sad to say we have never had him as a guest on the show. He's been somebody who's obviously like a workhorse and been working behind the scenes. We just went through a big, long list of great reasons to back and support him. Do you support him, and why?
Yeah, so I just want to give you guys kind of the inside tea as to what's been happening in Washington. So you guys know, just from what resurfaced on social and then from the reporters, that there was a massive effort to really tank Jim Jordan's candidacy. But there's always the power struggle up here, right? And so there's a way that the vote count goes down in conference. That's been done historically since, I guess, the dawn of time, basically. But essentially, Mike Johnson, we actually pulled his voting record, and he is very conservative. He's arguably one of the most conservative speakers we'll probably ever have the opportunity to have. But he also has a very good grasp of being a fiscal conservative. And I think being up in Washington, many people forget how important the appropriations process is. And so he's even stated that we're going to be going back to those single subject bills, which is arguably the best way to handle what's happening right now with the debt. But I mean, even just on what you saw, he ran impeachment defense for President Trump. He's not afraid of saying the truth and the right things. And I do believe that for some of these investigations right now, being in Congress, that's really one of the few things that we're going to be able to do, because Senate is blocking a lot of our legislation. And he will absolutely allow us to be honey badgers, especially when it comes to going after the left and really exposing corruption in the U.S. government.
Come on, unpack that for me. What honey badger actions can we expect under a Speaker Mike Johnson?
Well, let me just put it this way. I'm on House oversight, and it was frustrating because it felt like some of the votes that we could bring to the floor to really kickstart the process on impeachment, it felt that they were slow rolled. And honestly, having him, especially being that he's a constitutional basically scholar, that he has been on judiciary, that he's been here, and he has an incredible grasp on what it means to be a republic, but also to be a patriot. We are very excited. There's some parliamentary measures that I really discovered in the last month and a half. When I was out with my baby, they told me that I couldn't vote. So I spent the time studying parliamentary procedure and how to use my toolkit. And so we are very excited about that. We need to get a speaker, and then we'll be unloading. Fantastic. Will we be seeing subpoenas for the Biden family? I think so. In fact, based on what we're already seeing now coming from Representative Comer, I think that you're going to see that. But I think that it needed to come from a strong leader that understands really what's on the line. And Benny, if you could have just heard the conversation yesterday in conference, there were some members that didn't show up to vote for whatever reason. I do believe, though, that Mike Johnson has overwhelming support. And we're even seeing that from representatives like Tony Gonzalez. But, you know, with what he said in conference, he understands what's on the line here for our country. It's not just, you know, politician speak where he's talking out of both sides of his mouth. He is absolutely a believer in understanding that we are really up against a lot here, and that the administration and what they are currently pushing is anti-American, and that we have to stop it. And so he's going to be the fighter that we need. President Trump issued a pretty incredible statement for all the candidates on the forum yesterday, but we're excited. And what you're seeing is the Republican Party, I think, now increasingly becoming the party of the American people.
Do you believe that he will get it on the first ballot?
I think so. Yesterday in conference, even the ones that voted present came out today and said that they were supporting him. And to hear the cheers that were happening, I mean, he invited all the press in. He's not afraid of talking to the press, addressing them head on. He doesn't have anything that's really being held over his head that would maybe compromise him. So he's the guy we need.
I know that they take your phones and that they want these conferences to be secret, but could you give some insight into who, like Mike Johnson behind the scenes? Like, have you been able to work with him on anything?
Yes.
Or what is he like? Yeah.
The minute that he was designated as the interim speaker or the speaker nominee, he actually gave us our phones back. And so what they were doing is there was such an issue with leaks and live leaking from the conference that they were having us leave our phones outside of conference. So we were in conference for 12 hours yesterday doing vote after vote after vote. And then in between those votes, it happened in January too. I don't know if many people know that when Representative Biggs ran against Representative McCarthy, that same process played out. But I think right now, because of the increasingly frustration with the American people are, you know, and rightfully so, they're questioning why is this done in secret, but it's been done like this for a number of years. Frankly, it should just be in the public. That's kind of my opinion, but you'll see that even just having our phones back, he wants transparency. I know that might not sound like a lot, but I mean, they did have our phones and we weren't allowed to bring them in.
He's on government weaponization, which is a very based committee, and obviously the committee that you've seen. Like, we played the clip of him just like ripping Yoel Roth on Twitter to a new one, and it's just straight into my veins. It's amazing to see somebody who's been such a strong defender for Donald Trump and on these committees, and not just like on appropriations. And I'm not trying to dunk on anyone. It's like, but there are committees where you go if you're a fighter, and he's on all the right committees, right?
He is, and he has, you know, he has this street cred, as if you will, of actually following through. A lot of people will say and do one thing and then come to Washington and do the exact opposite. And as you saw, he might not be the most outward person on social media, but behind the scenes, he's been crushing it. And, you know, I've been around him and seen him kind of operate. And I was even last week and the week prior when a lot of members went home, he actually was still here. And, you know, I was eating dinner with my husband and my baby over at a local restaurant, and he was there with kind of the rest of the guys saying, like, how are we going to figure this out? And what he said yesterday to the press is important. He said, this group of people here, and it was a majority of the conference to include people from the more moderate sections to the very conservative sections of the conference. He said, these people are ready to govern. The reason I bring that up is because it did seem like yesterday in conference, there was an orchestrated effort to try to block him. And that quickly crumbled when we did the roll call vote and people had to stand up and say who they were voting for. But there was a lot happening behind the scenes in between the last couple of votes for candidates that I wish the American people could see. It's kind of a lot we can't really fully discuss. But the way that this turned out for the American people, it's a net positive.
So I know that you have to rush. You're on your way to the floor. They're going to start voting here in about 20 minutes. Final question for you, Congresswoman. What can we expect? What can we expect to see once you get back to work? Give us. People have been demoralized, right? People have been demoralized. Yeah. They've been upset. They've been upset that all this is ground to a halt. Give us some hope. Like, what can we look forward to in the future?
The first thing is, although it might not be as sexy as the subpoenas, it's going to be those single subject spending bills, which is actually incredibly important for stopping the fiscal bleed that we're seeing in this country. So that's probably going to be one of the first things that you guys are seeing. Mike is anti-CR, and he's anti-omnibus. And so that's going to be something, that's our next fight. But I do believe that in regards to these committees, you're going to see a full unleashing of our ability, whether it's holding individuals in contempt, whether it's subpoena power and authority. And I do believe that you'll see a vote come to the floor on impeachment.
Wow. That will be a moment. I mean, that will be a moment. That'll be fat.
What I tell people is just remember, being here, there's a lot that happens that we can't fully just because it's so quick moving, and then there's obviously strategy behind it. But just, there's some good people up here and we're fighting.
Fantastic. Well, Godspeed. You're one of the good ones. Anna, thank you, Congresswoman. Go vote.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, everyone is saying Mike Johnson is the way. Mike Johnson is the man, and a tactician we just heard there from the Congresswoman. A tactician, somebody who is able to crumble and destroy any type of little, people that are opposed to him. And I've been questioning, I really have. I've been there are people who benefit greatly from the chaos inside of the Republican Party. Okay? There are people who benefit greatly. Who benefits greatly from this? Well, Joe Biden does. Democrats do. The people who want to take back the House. You can't raise money, right, if you don't have a speaker. There's important things that can't happen. Things can't move forward if you don't have a speaker. And so there are clearly influence operations that are being run right now throughout the conference to see if there are weak points or people who could scuttle this and continue the chaos. Because the longer this goes on, the lower the probability that they're going to be able to do investigations into Joe Biden. They're able to expose this man, or they're able to expose an enormous amount of evil that the government is doing. So it's a very powerful thing that we unite around someone, and that someone is a rock-ribbed constitutionalist who would argue, actually, in his committees against the government censoring speech. This is an awesome clip from Mike Johnson questioning Christopher Wray, the director of the FBI, a man who would be far better suited to have been born in the Soviet Union and be in charge of one of Stalin's KGBs, a particularly evil and venal man who's disgraced his position and is using his position to desecrate the Constitution by censoring your speech. And who was standing there ripping him was Mike Johnson. Watch.
The FBI made the social media platforms pull that information off the internet if it came from conservative sources. They did this under the guise that it was disinformation. Can you define what disinformation is?
What I can tell you is that our focus is not on disinformation, broadly speaking.
Well, wait a minute. Yes, it is. Wait a minute.
Can I answer the question?
You can in a minute. Your star witness said in the litigation, Elvis Chan, who's in charge of this, said they do it on the basis of disinformation. We need a definition of what that is.
Our focus is on malign foreign disinformation, that is, foreign hostile actors who engage in covert efforts to abuse our social media platforms, which is something that is not seriously in dispute.
I have to stop you for time. That's not accurate. You need to read this court opinion because you're in charge of enforcing it. The court has found that, and Elvis Chan testified under oath in charge of this for you. He said 50%. He had a 50% success rate in having alleged election disinformation taken down or censored. That wasn't just foreign adversaries, sir. That was American citizens. How do you answer for that?
Well, first off, I'm not sure that's a correct characterization.
Comes right out of the opinion. You should read it.
Of his testimony. But what I would say is the FBI is not in the business of moderating content or causing any social media company to suppress or censor.
That is not what the court has found.
Come on, baby. The man who was in charge of that Missouri versus Biden decision, Senator Eric Schmitt, will be joining the program very soon. I'm sure he's thrilled. The great senator from Missouri is thrilled about Mike Johnson, who's been such an ardent defender of him and such an ardent defender of you not having your electronics hacked or listened to or censored by the government. We are also major fans of this, by the way, which is why we are proud to be partnering with Silent. Check this out. Look at it. Look what they sent me. Silent, look at that sweet backpack. Look at how cool this is. Look how awesome that is. Nobody's going to get access to my electronics when I'm traveling. We travel all over the place. So it's very important. I use Silent in order to protect myself, obviously, from the crazy amounts of radiation and weird waves that come out of your cell phones, but also to make sure that my phones are not on Wi-Fi networks and can't be accessed by unscrupulous people, let's just say. Ladies and gentlemen, that is why I use Silent. That's where my phone sleeps when I go to bed, and it's how I'm traveling now in style. You can reclaim your privacy today with Silent.com. Go to Silent, SLNT.com/Benny and save 15% on free shipping with qualifying orders. I protect my privacy and my security at all times, and you should too. Act now. Silent.com/Benny. Save 15%. SLNT.com/Benny. Free shipping on qualifying orders. So, ladies and gentlemen, Eric Schmitt, Senator Eric Schmitt, shall be joining us in just a moment on the important updates as it pertains to the government censorship lawsuit that originated in the state of Missouri. I do have one final small little sprinkling of salt for you as it pertains to Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson, on the major issues of our time, consistently coming up in the red. Consistently coming up in the red, meaning red-based, meaning awesome. Here's Mike Johnson on impeaching Joe Biden and on Joe Biden's crime and crime family syndicate.
Article 1, Section 2 of the Constitution itself expressly states that the sole power of impeachment belongs here to this House. And then Article 2, Section 4 says, listen to the language carefully. It's expressly written in the Constitution. This is not political talking points. We're not making this up. It says in Article 2, Section 4 that the president shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. My friends, I just listed just a small sampling, just the tip of the iceberg of the credible allegations and the mounting evidence that shows that Joseph Biden has engaged in bribery schemes, pay-to-play schemes. This is what the evidence shows. We have to follow it. We took an oath to uphold the Constitution. The Constitution requires this action. The inquiry is the appropriate step. We have no choice to pursue the facts wherever they lead, and we will leave no stone unturned.
Okay, well, I don't know what that little ding was. I don't know. Maybe that was the government listening to our phones. We're not exactly sure. But how incredible is it that that man will become Speaker of the House, God willing, today? A constitutional scholar eloquently and effortlessly explaining why the impeachment inquiry is absolutely necessary against Joe Biden. Isn't that nice to have? Like our cups runneth over, ladies and gentlemen. And thanks to our next guest, well, we can communicate with you exactly how full our cups are. Ding-a-ling. The great senator from Missouri, Eric Schmitt, joins us to give us an update on the incredible lawsuit that he fought against Joe Biden and the government censors. And it seems like he's going to have a strong ally in the House here very soon. The good senator, welcome to the program.
It's great
Senator,
to be with you, buddy.
Senator, first off, news of the day, your thoughts on Mike Johnson.
You know, I was on a panel with him. By the way, I want to say I'm losing my voice, so I apologize. I've been screaming at the rooftops about free speech, so maybe that's why. But but anyway, no, I know Mike a little bit. We were on a panel together last fall, and I've just been every time I talk to him, I'm just very impressed. A very smart guy. So hopefully that comes together today, and like I said, hopefully a good partner over there in the House.
We played a clip of him going in on the FBI director, citing the ruling that you got out of the courts as it pertains to the censorship of speech, Elvis Chan and so forth, and how excited they were to censor political speech. And the FBI director didn't have any clue what was. Oh, I've never read that. Doesn't ring a bell. What's going on with this suit, and where are we now?
Well, I think I was on your show, Benny, right after the 4th of July ruling with the district court on Independence Day, had that preliminary injunction. We laid the case out when I was Attorney General about how the Biden administration has engaged in this vast censorship enterprise, and gave the tail of the tape of how they did it. High-ranking government officials coercing, colluding with big tech giants to censor speech. And so now the Supreme Court has agreed to take that case, granted cert is what they call it, and that'll be heard, probably March-ish, and a ruling will come down June-ish, something like that. But, as we've talked about before, Benny, this is the most important free speech case in the history of the country, if you ask me, because we're now dealing with different parameters. A lot of the free speech cases in the past had to do with the town square, or somebody having access to a public school building. What group could do that? Those sorts of things. A lot of communication, of course, now is done online, whether it's the social media platforms or ones that we don't even know of yet, right? 20 years from now will come along. And this principle has to be held true, that not only does the government not tell you what you can hear, or what you can say or think or censor you, they can't outsource that either to these big tech companies. And that's what this case stands for. And the First Amendment right it's a fundamental individual right that shouldn't be abridged by the government. And all that's on the line here in this case.
So you were the former Attorney General of the great state of Missouri. You're obviously a man with great legal knowledge and understanding. Could you illuminate for us, this is a good thing, it seems like, that the Supreme Court is taking this up, correct?
Yes, it is, because they're going to, I think what's important to note is this is about, this is going to continue to sort of play out, but I think it's good that the court has decided to take this. There's a lot of evidence already that's been presented about essentially the injunction, which is not an ultimate ruling, but also would prohibit government actors from this kind of behavior that was identified in the lawsuit, right? And so, I mean, it was wide-ranging, Benny. It goes from agencies people have never heard of, like CISA, to the White House press secretary, to other agencies that we filed suit against, because it wasn't just one person in the Biden administration. I mean, this was multiple actors over a period of time. Had to do with the Hunter Biden laptop story. It's interesting you had that clip of Chris Wray. We took the deposition of Elvis Chan, who was the FBI agent sort of in charge of this in Northern California, when he goes to these big tech companies and says, look out for this Russian hack and leak operation. And, Yoel Roth of Twitter later said in an affidavit that he was referencing specifically the Hunter Biden laptop. So think about that for a minute. The FBI wanted to pre-bunk a story before the election and tell them it was Russian disinformation and lay the trap. And so you got that. You have obviously everything with COVID, whether it was on vaccines or masks. If you disagreed with the regime, they were going to work with their big tech partners to silence you. And this is just a very dangerous road to go down in our country. We believe that people can speak their mind. They can have a point of view. They can dissent. They can disagree. And that's what a healthy republic looks like. This is an administration that wanted a disinformation governance board. I mean, they've been kind of open about this. And now we've got a court ruling that highlights that, and it's going to the Supreme Court.
Do you believe, optimistically, that you could even peel off some of the liberal justices saying, hold up, this could be totally used against the left here, actually. Like, this is a human rights violation, and you could easily, a Republican administration, an evil administration, any political administration could use this to silence their political priors, right? Like, could use it to silence their opponents. Right? Like this has a terrible precedent that is not going to lead anywhere good. Do you think that maybe Kagan, I don't know, could maybe flip and join you on this?
I would hope so. I would hope that free speech hasn't been that politicized. Like I believe that people can have a point of view. I think what the good test here is your willingness to defend somebody else who has a differing point of view, right? Or something you vehemently disagree with. This is America. You can say what you want to say. You can disagree, but the government doesn't have a role in silencing that. I would hope so. I guess I'm old enough, Benny, to remember when liberals actually believed in things like free speech. And this is terrifying. It really is terrifying. No matter who you are, who you voted for the last presidential election, I would hope as a country still we could come together on this idea that, America is this great experiment. It's self-government, but the founders created this structural safeguard for sort of an inherent right that we have. What it means to be an individual, which is we have something to say, right? And it's listed in the first among the amendments, right? To make sure that that's always protected from the government. And so I would hope that they could come together on this. I doubt very seriously it's going to be a 9-0 opinion, but hopefully I'm wrong about that. But I feel pretty good about this. The facts are pretty clear what they did. I mean, there's text messages, there's emails, and even in the district court opinion, Benny, in the Fifth Circuit, one of the opinions sort of highlighted, that's a nice social media company there, isn't it? It'd be a shame if we started to investigate you, wouldn't it be? Those sorts of threats, that's the kind of coercion that you have to establish here. And they were doing it. They were threatening antitrust investigations, other legal actions, taking away Section 230 protections if they didn't censor more. So all that's, laid out before the court, and I think that's enough.
Well, Senator, we say Godspeed on your fight. It's such an important fight. Your work, as we often say, allows for us to have some confidence in investing in these forms of communication going forward. Because if this was just left unchecked, well, then we'd be off the air, I think, in the next calendar year. I mean, they do everything they can. And you can see CISA that you just mentioned there, the Government Censors Bureau, just announced that they'll be expanding greatly this year. And they're going to be hiring a ton more staff and get bigger budgets and everything. So it'd be very nice to kill this in the cradle. This apparatus is getting terrifying.
It is. And I think people ought to have more outlets, more information. Think about if we were just constrained to 3 or 4 networks at this point, the water that they carry for the Biden administration. I think it's good for us to have these different outlets, and people can make their decisions. That's the issue. It's like when I was suing on vaccine mandates as AG, when I was suing on mask mandates, my position was individuals can make these decisions. The government shouldn't be doing this. If you're a family and you wanted your kid to wear a mask, whatever, but you shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have. And so I think as conservatives, we're right on this. We're on the right side of history with allowing people to decide themselves. The government is not the arbiter of truth. You are, as an individual, you get to decide. And they want to talk a lot about misinformation or disinformation. That has now just become a catch-all for stuff that they want to shut down. And people, I think, are wising up to it.
Come on, man. I mean, it's nice. It's uplifting to have you on the show, Senator. It's so great to have a fighter. It's so great to have somebody who actually speaks our language. So Godspeed, and we'll be following this case very, very closely. Come back anytime.
All right, brother. Take care.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got our vote for Mike Johnson starting here in minutes. We are minutes away from the vote for Mike Johnson. Now, let me give you a little bit of a rundown as to who and how much support Mike Johnson has. I want to prep you here. Now, you obviously know that we had gone hard in the paint for Jim Jordan. We've gone hard in the paint for those 3 votes. I believe he had 3 total votes on the House floor, and he was backstabbed. He was backstabbed by people who hate the Republican base, who hate Republican voters. Nobody was ever able to elucidate or illuminate a single real solid reason to not vote again for Jim Jordan. Nobody. All these guys went and did all these news hits and everything like that, got all this free time on CNN to say nothing. Nothing. It was just petty grudges, and it was just people being saboteurs, a fifth column inside of our own party. But here's the only reason I bring up that painful history and I peck at that scab is because all those same people are now in line for Mike Johnson. Now, I think we've done enough work here to indicate that Mike Johnson that shouldn't be a reason to be scared of Mike Johnson. I think that's a reason that they are scared. I think they're scared of Mike Johnson. I think it's the other way around. They're scared of suddenly standing against a man with such high popularity and such institutional support, right? So, here we go. We got Matt Gaetz coming out for Mike Johnson. We got Mike Johnson, effectively, here's a photo of Mike Johnson. I'm just going to go through sort of our little round of support, running down like the round of support. We got Mike Johnson being applauded by the entire Republican House conference there. You can see, this is crazy. You have Matt Gaetz in the back there. You have Lauren Boebert standing aside him, Elise Stefanik. You have a ton of you even have the guy who switched parties from New Jersey standing there. What's his name again? Van Drew, right? Yeah. So, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we have like a what's the guy's name who switched parties? Switched from Democrat to Republican. He's from New Jersey. Jeff Van Drew. Good. Got it. Did I say Van Drew, Royce? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Good. Yeah. Hey, Steve Scalise back there. Come on, man. This is awesome. All right. So we got good support from Lauren Boebert. Lauren Boebert tweeting out, congratulations to Speaker Designate Mike Johnson. You will recall that Lauren Boebert was one of the people who denied Kevin McCarthy the first 17 attempts at becoming Speaker. So this is a very good and important thing. an important endorsement to have, and she has a little photo there with Mike Johnson. I believe Mike will finally unite our party by securing borders, passing 12 individual appropriations bills, holding the Biden administration accountable. It's time to vote him as Speaker and get back to work for the American people. Come on, man. All right. And ladies and gentlemen, producer ALX has just told me that the great Marjorie Taylor Greene will be hopping on here momentarily. But I do want to note that Ken Buck has obviously been somebody who has refused to support guys like Jim Jordan. Ken Buck is supporting him. All right. And as a big time indicator here, the speaker sign for Kevin McCarthy has officially been removed from outside of the office in Congress. So we can show you this here. This is something that just happened. They haven't done this. This sign has been up the entire week. Last 3 weeks, the sign's been up. But this morning, they actually removed the Kevin McCarthy sign. Now, that is because Mike Johnson is going down to the floor of the House with what seems to be a preponderance of support. The great Congresswoman from Georgia joins the program now, Marjorie Taylor Greene, to tell us if we are about to get our newest based speaker. Congresswoman, thank you so much. Oh, great location. Look at this. Are you on the speaker's balcony? Are you speaker? Has it happened?
I am not. I'm standing on the balcony on where the Capitol steps are, just getting ready to go in and vote. And I do hope that we're electing a speaker today, and I'm excited to support Mike Johnson. All
right, fine. Well, you know what? I tell you, I've said it before on the show. I would run for Congress just to cast a vote for you as Speaker, MTG. So just know you have one vote here from me when I decide to run.
Thank you so much, Vinny.
Yes.
I really appreciate it.
So, two quick things. One, Mike Johnson, does he have your full support? And two, should our viewers watching right now be excited about Mike Johnson?
Well, I'll tell you right now, I believe support is given based on actions, and I'm excited to vote for Mike Johnson today. He has a strong conservative voting record, and he is pro-Trump, which is very important to me. He also objected to Joe Biden's Electoral College votes on January 6th. That's also important to me as well. But I have to tell you, I'm excited about a conversation I had with him, and he said that he would help me pass my bill, Protect Children's Innocence Act, that will stop the transgender surgeries on children under age 18. I also asked him about the weaponized government because a lot of my support is contingent on a speaker and leadership that will stop the weaponized government that's persecuting President Trump, January 6 defendants, parents, pro-lifers, and basically anyone on the right. While they're not prosecuting Rashida Tlaib and her Hamas insurrection that she waged, and many other leftists, and they've all forgotten about Antifa BLM riots of 2020. So my support depends on the issues, and I have my red lines. No funding for Ukraine. We are not going into World War III. I'm not interested in sending more money to foreign nations to support foreign wars. And so that's where my support will lie.
Wow. So he has given you his assurances, and we've seen his voting record. He has voted against funding for Ukraine. That's going to continue.
Yes, we hope that continues, and I think it will.
Fantastic. So can you give us can you illuminate for us Mike Johnson behind the scenes? Like, what has your personal interactions been like with him? Is he the kind of rock solid conservative that he seems like in his bio and in his accomplishments in Congress?
Yes, Mike Johnson is a conservative, and that's why many of us are supporting him. You saw me vote against Tom Emmer yesterday, even though 6 of the 8 that joined Democrats to oust McCarthy, 6 of those 8, including Matt Gaetz, voted for Tom Emmer. But there were many people, many conservatives like me that could not vote for Tom Emmer. But we're excited to vote in support for Mike Johnson because he is a true conservative, and he has a voting record to back it up. He's also a very nice man. Married and has 4 children. And we like family, Benny. We like that a lot.
Yes. I'm glad you brought up, again, the last time I saw you on a balcony, you were filming the Hamas insurrection. Is that the right way to say this? Is this the right nomenclature? Hamas insurrection?
Oh, yeah. Hamas insurrection is the right name for it. We captured pictures of their text messages, the organizers, And the name of their group chat, the organizers' chat, was Global Intifada. We know what Intifada is. It's basically jihad, an Arab uprising and rebellion. So we can definitely say it was a Hamas-surrection. And Benny, I'll give you some breaking news right here on your show. As soon as we get a speaker elected, I look forward to introducing the censure resolution on the House floor against Rashida Tlaib.
Yes, fantastic. Quick follow-up on this because it's really important. We did an entire show on the Hamas-surrection. We're the only people who did it, and we went through, we showed all of your screenshots, but what we asked Julie Kelly, who was on the show, is what can we do to make sure that these people feel the same pain as January 6ers, because they did the exact same thing, except for they were part of a terrorist organization. So can you give me some hope? Like, will there be an investigation opened up into these people? Will you work with Speaker Johnson, hopefully Speaker Johnson soon, to somehow like bring some type of charges against these people?
Yes, so absolutely. I've already done that. I sent a letter to the Capitol Police demanding that they keep all records, and I want to see them. I've also been talking with the House Administration Committee, Brian Stiles, about looking at the videos of all the people that came in, because the one man that attacked me, and he came in physical contact with me as he lunged towards me, Taher, how do you pronounce his last name? Taher Hazala. He is a known radical Islamic pro-Hamas, pro-terrorist supporter of Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, and different progressives here in Congress. He was also arrested for terrorist-type activities when he was in college, one of 11. But we are going to be checking into these people because he was wearing a backpack, Benny, and that could have been a bomb. I mean, we know terrorists are all about their suicide bombing vest. But he came in the Cannon building, and I want to know if that backpack went through the screening machines, or did they all flood in the building so quickly that none of their bags and none of their stuff was gone through with the Capitol Police? That's my suspicion.
We've done some major debunking on the show of AOC claiming to have been attacked on January 6th. You were actually attacked.
That's right. I was. She hid in her bathroom, was not harmed, and the Capitol Police checked on her and made sure she was safe on January 6th. But no, I actually was attacked in the Hamas-surrection led by Rashida Tlaib, Cori Bush, Ilhan Omar, AOC. So yes, I actually was attacked. So I expect the Department of Justice to take action against this man to the fullest extent and letter of the law, just like January 6th defendants have been treated. So he should be rotting in the D.C. jail right now and not let out on bond.
All right. Well, MTG, the quorum vote has been called. So I'm being told by my producer we need to wrap to make sure that you can go in and vote. Let's hope Jamal Bowman doesn't pull the fire alarm on you.
Yeah, we're going after him too, Benny. Okay, thanks so much. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Isn't this a fun show? Isn't it amazing? You know, like I will pause for a moment and merely say this: like, what a compliment to you and what we're building here. That we have 3, 4, 5 members of Congress. We have like 20 asking to come on the show, to give updates, to talk with us. They're on the balconies of Congress. They're inside of their Senate committee rooms. They're in their offices. They're wanting to come on this program because this audience is so powerful. What a compliment to you. What a compliment to the brigade. What a compliment to what we're building here. And we just say thank you. Like, we genuinely, from our hearts, we say thank you. We do it for you. We take the time. We want to produce an incredible show. We want to give everyone a platform. These people deserve a platform. MTG, Anna Paulina Luna, Eric Schmitt, and potentially more, producer ALX is telling us. We may have a very big announcement for you. Jim Jordan has said he will be joining our program, but today he is quite busy with the speaker's race. He will be joining either later this week or next week. So Jim Jordan will be coming on to do a kind of a victory lap, right? It's a victory lap. His mentee, the mentor of Mike Johnson is Jim Jordan. Mike Johnson's on Judiciary Committee. Mike Johnson will take the place, would take the role of Jim Jordan were Jim Jordan to step away from the chairmanship position. Mike Johnson would be next in line. So this is Jim Jordan effectively winning the speakership via the people from his camp ascending to the speakership. This is his mentee becoming speaker. How cool is that? What a neat story that is. We look forward to asking Jim Jordan about that. We will let you know exactly when we can get the great congressman from Ohio on the show, but he said that he could join either on Friday or early next week. So ladies and gentlemen, we're just hustling. We're just hustling. We're grinding. We're making sure that you have this direct access to these important and impressive members of Congress, senators, and the people who are fighting for you. If you wish to fight with us, just a personal request here. If you wish to fight with us, and if you are drawn to do so, if you're called to do so, we have a way that you can. It's called the Benny Brigade. It is the fastest growing, members only club online that allows you to ask questions. You can ask questions of the people. We will ask your questions live to the guests that we have brought on. You get awesome swag, like the greatest, most based keychain in America, made by veterans from American leather with the salty army on the back. I see photos of these all day, people sending me. They get their keychain in the mail, slaps right on the keychain, and the keychain stays on. You help provide jobs for great young conservatives and creators at our company. We have a big company. We're growing fast. You help provide jobs for people who are craftsmen and leathersmiths and who make these remarkable products. And we're going to have the man who actually makes them on the show quite soon and talk you through like how he does it and how he does it with 100% American goods. Anyway, the Benny Brigade, ladies and gentlemen, is where you can support us directly if you are called to. It's cost less than a $5 footlong from Subway every single month, and it keeps us independent so we can keep doing this. If we were owned by, I'm not going to name anyone, but if we were owned by by evil media corporation, nameless evil media corporation, you think we'd be able to do shows like this? You think Marjorie Taylor Greene would be able to talk about the Hamas insurrection? No. No, she wouldn't. And that's important, actually, to have a place where we can speak freely. That's important. And so we just say thank you to the Benny Brigade. Thousands of you are already members. Please join us. We deeply, deeply appreciate your support. And we appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate Mike Johnson, who we have a couple of other based clips. So we went through the archives. Again, we do huge research for this show. We spent hours and hours and hours researching the show every single day, night and day. And we have just some awesome clips of Mike Johnson. So we have Mike Johnson on impeachment, right? That the president shall be removed based on bribery. Mike Johnson has gone absolute flames on the House floor about that. How about Merrick Garland? So Mike Johnson went against Biden, Christopher Wray to his face, the censors at Twitter to their faces, Merrick Garland, the president's personal attorney, the bitter old maid who was denied a seat on the Supreme Court and is a whiny, mewling, anti-Christian fanatic, a sick monster. Mike Johnson spanked his white little translucent powdery fanny in a committee hearing, and it was a glorious watch.
Have you had personal contact with anyone at FBI headquarters about the Hunter Biden investigation?
I don't recollect the answer to that question. But
I don't know. I don't recollect. We covered that on the show, actually. We covered that clip on the show because that was the only person that thought to actually ask about this really important note inside of the Biden crime family saga, which is, hey, did you ask them to censor this? Mike Johnson asking all of the right questions. Now, the updates. We have quorum. 6 minutes left in quorum. Can we pop up the feed? Let's do it. Here we go, baby. We're monitoring this. Now, you know how this works. If you've been watching the program, you know how it works. I got to call quorum. You're going to call quorum for minutes on end, okay? 15 minutes. Here's C-SPAN, and you can see there that the people come, the members of Congress come in, and they say, hey, I'm present. I'm here. I'm here to vote. I'm physically here to vote, right? And so that's what's going on right now. There's 6 minutes left in this quorum vote, okay? And we'll let you know. Sometimes they let that bleed a little bit in. But then once they start getting voting, it starts going pretty quick. I think the order of business here is going to be quite fast, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's going to be really, really interesting to see if anybody votes against Mike Johnson. I don't think Republicans will. We're trying to find people who've said they're going to vote against Mike Johnson. I don't think we have. I don't think we've found anyone yet, which is there's also all the usual suspects, usual jackasses and jackals, Republicans in name only, that didn't vote, right, for Jordan. They've all come out and said they're going to vote for Mike Johnson. So the usual suspects, the real problem children, those people are on board. So when this vote happens, I think it's going to be quite interesting. Who's going to nominate Mike Johnson? We'll be live to show you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be live to show you. So here, ALX is telling me that Thomas Massie voted present last night, but now he is a yes. So Thomas Massie was sort of like holding off. Thomas Massie's been a big-time Jim Jordan fan, and so he was sort of like holding off. Thomas Massie was like really, really like wanting Jim Jordan to become speaker, and so I think this is probably more out of principle. But Thomas Massie is now a yes. Also, Thomas Massie was the one holdout that we could find. Very interesting here, ladies and gentlemen, this clip of Mike Johnson that I think it's worth playing for you so that you know the quality of the man who is hopefully about to ascend to the speaker position. This is a clip about Mike Johnson defending Donald Trump in the sham impeachment, the fraudulent impeachment hearings, saying that Democrats are rigging and ambushing and trying to railroad Donald Trump. Hot damn. Flanked, of course, by Matt Gaetz and Jim Jordan. What have we been telling you? The good guys are on the side of Mike Johnson and Louis Gohmert there, who's just a legend. So you'll see in this clip a voracious defense of the Constitution and a voracious defense of Donald Trump. And maybe that's why Donald Trump ended his little non-endorsement yesterday with, I endorse Mike Johnson. Are we getting the best of all worlds? Listen to this and tell me if you've ever heard a calmer evisceration of Nancy Pelosi and the corporate congressional Democrats. Watch.
Let me address this as we did yesterday. You have to understand that the Trump administration has cooperated. Okay, just this year, they understand Congress's oversight and investigation responsibility, and they've acknowledged it. 25 members of the administration have testified before oversight. 20 have testified before the Judiciary Committee. When the impeachment proceeding began, over 100,000 pages were submitted by the White House to Congress pursuant to our request. And, of course, he immediately released the transcript, the famous transcript of the phone call. The president has not been obstructing this at all. What he's worried about is the process, is this unprecedented charade that's gone on. Adam Schiff controlling this in the basement, having secret hearings, cherry-picking witnesses, denying Republican questions, not allowing Republican witnesses to come forward. There's been no chance for the president's counsel to participate in the early stages of this. This whole thing was rigged. I'm an attorney. Many of us are. If we were advising our client, and our client in this case happened to be Donald Trump, we would tell him not to participate in that because it's an ambush. We got ambushed last night on the scheduling. At every stage of this, the Democrats have tried to railroad the president, and that's why he's had some concern. The fact that they brought an impeachment claim of obstruction is absurd. The Obama administration, the one just prior to this one, went to court. They didn't turn in pleadings and all the documents and witnesses that were requested in the Fast and Furious investigation. They went to the third branch of government. That's the way our system is set up. When there is a natural impasse that develops between the legislative and executive branches, we have the third branch of government, the judiciary. They could have easily gone a few blocks away to a federal court, gotten an order to compel the production of anything else they needed, but they didn't have time to do that. You know why? We all know why. Because they guaranteed to their radical left base that they would impeach Donald Trump by Christmas. That's why we're here. That's why we've done all this, and that's why they didn't go through the normal process, the custom and practice of every previous administration in the modern era.
Come on. Come on, baby. You ready for that? I'm ready for that. Come, let's do it. How? Listen, we are, when you're reading the news and when you are communicating to an audience online, it is important that you are entertaining, right? And that you are flowery in your language at times, and that you salt the lib on this show and all these things. You know, like it's good to have fun, and we have a lot of fun. We are happy warriors, as Andrew Breitbart called for us to be. But Mike Johnson is a guy who probably didn't get a ton of cable news hits because he doesn't actually. He's a constitutional scholar, lawyer by training, who argued cases successfully in a court of law, which is very, very different than being online or inside of the cable news box. And so Mike Johnson is not one of those guys who's like going to bring out a flamethrower, right? And Marjorie Taylor Greene has a very different style than Mike Johnson. But who cares about style when it comes to results? That's what we should care about in Congress, results. Tucker Carlson, the greatest news broadcaster of our time, without question, demonstrably, Tucker Carlson had Mike Johnson on his program and saw way before we did, because to our great shame, I don't believe we've ever invited Mike Johnson on the program because he's just been kind of a sleeper to this point. I don't serve in Congress, and so I didn't know much about Mike Johnson. That's why we did all the research. But Tucker Carlson, of course, sensing that this was a good man, had him on his program, and Mike Johnson said yes. A lot of people don't say yes, right? A lot of Republicans won't go on Tucker Carlson's show. Tucker Carlson asked Lindsey Graham, right, or Adam Kinzinger, or Liz Cheney to come on the show anytime. Nope. Mike Johnson said yes, and what he had to say on Tucker's show was profound. Check this out.
So you were obviously watching there at the State of the Union. When you saw the speaker rip the president's speech into pieces, did you take that as a sign of politeness, as an expression of kindness and friendship?
No, of course not. I mean, it was a shameful display. It was stunning, really, to many members sitting in the House. It was totally unprecedented. It was shameless, and it was also unlawful, Tucker. A lot of people have been talking about this the last 48 hours, and I did a little legal memo to point out to my colleagues that she actually committed a felony when she tore that paper up. It wasn't just any copy of the State of the Union address. It was the copy, the original. And we have over 2 centuries of custom and tradition, and of course the Constitution that calls for the State of the Union address, that when the president delivers the copies to those top legal officers, the 2 top legislative officers in that co-equal branch of government, those are the official documents of the House. And if you tear those up, you violated a specific statute in the criminal code.
So not only does he have the fight, the verve, clearly the intellect of a sharp lawyer from Louisiana, he also has the faith. He also has a faith. Check out this really interesting tweet from Greg Stube, one of our favorite members of Congress, a friend of the show, somebody who's wonderful congressman from Florida, talking about how Mike Johnson joined him on the House floor when Greg Stube was trying to pray on the House floor. Mike Johnson came up, put his hand on his shoulder, and knelt down and began to pray with him. Really neat, and there's a photo of it here. Check this out. Mike Johnson joined me on the House floor while we were deadlocked as to who the next speaker would be. We lifted up the speaker's name to the Lord and asked for his divine guidance. Immediately after the prayer, 14 members changed their votes, ultimately leading to Speaker McCarthy securing the gavel by the end of the day. Mike Johnson is a strong conservative, but above all else, he's a Christian, a strong Christian. He's not afraid to look at his faith, look to his faith for guidance. America needs that more than ever. Now, you feel me? Come on. It's my language. I look forward to voting for Mike Johnson as our next speaker. Check out this cool image. There were not a ton of people down there praying, but Mike Johnson was one of them. And you can see Mike Johnson, he's the one right there in the foreground, right there in the blue suit in the foreground. That's him kneeling in prayer on the House floor, praying to our almighty Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Mike Johnson also began his press conference last night after becoming the speaker designate, began his press conference with a prayer and led the entire conference in prayer. So hold up, wait a minute. That's amazing. That's incredible. Check that out. I mean, so you have all these members of Congress in prayer. So you have like this really crazy, psychotic, chaotic, led to higher blood pressure for me. I know that for sure. And I know for you. And you have this situation, right, where it's just seems to be ripped to shreds. And the speaker candidate has the press of the entire world there. Get me that clip of everyone cheering. That's really important. Has the press of the entire world there. There must have been 400 members of the press. And in front of all of them, he says, I'm going to pray. First off, I'm going to pray. Whoa. Like the weight of the moment didn't shake Mike Johnson? That's pretty incredible. Maybe I should have led with this. We're just seeing these little personal anecdotes come in. But this is, of course, like unbelievably valuable. Because this is a position that's going to be under immense demonic and spiritual attack. So good for Mike Johnson, man. Good for Mike Johnson. Ladies and gentlemen, if you need further proof that Mike Johnson will be a fighter, check out this clip from him on the Judiciary Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, your next speaker.
Members have called for removal based on a myriad of objections against this president. Representative Al Green of Texas filed a resolution in the House for impeachment after Trump called for players kneeling during the national anthem to be fired. I mean, come on. You don't like his political positions? Great, but you can't impeach a president because you don't like him. That's not how this system works. We're in a constitutional republic. There are rules here. There are standards. You don't get to make that decision. The voters in this country do. And we have an election coming up in about 11 months. Let the people decide. Don't put yourselves in their place. You don't have the right to do it. You're not following the proper procedure. You're not doing this the right way. It's a rarely used constitutional device in our history. It's supposed to be. Professor Turley ended this way, and I will too. He said, quote, despite my disagreement with many of President Trump's policies and statements, impeachment was never intended to be used as a midterm corrective option for a divisive or unpopular leader, unquote. Look, we get it. You don't like him. That doesn't mean you can banish him from the marketplace. You can't send him out of his businesses and say he can't hold a position of honor or trust. You don't get the right to do that. The people of this country do. We live in a republic. I'm just sick of this. I yield back.
The people of this country do. We live in a republic. Way to go, producer ALX. Finding that clip. Listen, most of the clips, the vast majority of the clips you see of Mike Johnson will have a very courtroom-like demeanor. Judges don't like being yelled at. Judges in courtrooms like calm, confident, respectful nature, gentlemanly Southern nature, right? And so that's what the vast majority of the clips of Mike Johnson are, especially when he's defending Donald Trump and so forth. But now that's one heck of a clip. That's amazing. He's getting just incensed at Democrats attempting to remove power from we the people. And multiple times in that, he's like, you don't have the right to do that. That's not how this country works. Good for you, Mike Johnson. That's what actually pisses him off. Isn't that amazing? That's what pisses him off. Not getting the check in the mail, or not having the good relationship with the lobbyists. You can go to the fancy dinners, get tickets to Taylor Swift for your daughters. Nah, dude. Mike Johnson's pissed when Democrats try and steal. These vicious people try and steal, and not just Democrats, Uniparty. When Washington, D.C. attempts to remove power from us. That's what gets him going. Good for him. That's amazing, man. Now, I've been watching the comment section. A lot of people are saying, like, they're really impressed with Mike Johnson and these stories of Mike Johnson's faith. Pretty incredible. Oh, okay, got it. So there are 40 votes left in quorum. Just letting you know, we have the live feed up. There are 40 votes left, and they'll begin voting right after that. Those 40 votes should be done pretty quickly. We'll see. But of course, we won't miss a beat, right? We're going to jump right to the speeches, nominating speeches. Hopefully it'll be Kevin McCarthy, maybe Jim Jordan. That would be awesome. Who's going to nominate Mike Johnson? Tell you what, I'd be happy to nominate Mike Johnson after this next clip. This is amazing. The day that Roe v. Wade was overturned, Mike Johnson went to the stairs of the Capitol and cut a video. In case you're wondering what side this man's on, he is on the side of life and not the torturing or butchering of God's creation. Way to go, Mike Johnson. So he went and he did this exquisite video complimenting the overturning of Roe v. Wade, not seeing it as a political liability. Oh no! Oh no! The child sacrifice Satan worshipers will vote against me now. They need their child sacrifice. I don't want to piss them off. No, you call out evil when you see evil. That's what a Christian would do. That's what Christ did. Mike Johnson, calling out evil and celebrating the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Watch.
Behind me, over my shoulder here, is the United States Supreme Court, and you might be able to hear on the video, we just had votes on the floor, but there's a crowd out there. They're chanting. There's a lot of pro-lifers, of course, celebrating this extraordinary day in American history that took us almost a half century to get to.
Yes, very good. I think that clip may have been, unfortunately, cut short based on where we were sourcing the clip from, but we'll be happy to go through and actually find the original clip. This is from a clips account that does very short clips, but these are really good. And of course, we're gathering the show together as it's coming in. Big breaking news here. Big breaking news here. 22 votes left for quorum. Okay, they're not voting for anyone. They're just saying whether they're present or not inside of the Capitol. Democrats are walking across the House and are shaking the hands of Mike Johnson. Put up the sign again, Kevin McCarthy. The sign has been removed from the Speaker's office. So Speaker Kevin McCarthy sign, which has been up for the last 3 weeks, that has been ripped down. Baby, we are going to do it. Now, one Democrat who's not walking over and shaking Mike Johnson's hand is Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries is pissed about this. Pissed. Hakeem Jeffries was at a... what seems like, I believe this would be a function. Is this last night? ALX? Maybe? These libs have these little like confabs. I don't know. Like, I just don't understand like where these people get the money. I guess I do. These little confabs where they all go together and, tickle each other's navels. And Hakeem Jeffries was asked last night about Mike Johnson. And, well, this is all you need to hear.
So it sort of sounds like you're saying Congressman Johnson is just a less stylistically annoying Jim Jordan.
Yeah. One could say that.
Ha! Okay, so we brought you the information here from behind the scenes that Mike Johnson is secretly the mentee. Jim Jordan is the mentor of Mike Johnson. And here you have Hakeem Jeffries, leader of the Democrats, saying, yep, that's exactly right. We're getting Jim Jordan as Speaker. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. So Democrats are now walking over, shaking Mike Johnson's hands. Mike Johnson has effectively, the support for him has the name now removed, like had his name removed, Kevin McCarthy's name removed from the Speaker's office inside of the Capitol, best office in the Capitol. And now you have the people cheering, right? Here's an important clip again from last night. This is now the wide angle of the entire conference effectively cheering for Mike Johnson. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are going to do it. And we're going to broadcast it, of course, live. We have 14 votes left in Congress. 14 more people have to vote for quorum to say whether they are there. Now 10. Now 10 people. Okay, so we're counting it down. We won't let you down. Okay, we have an interesting article about Mike Johnson from the Daily Beast that we're going to jump up to here. But let's play this clip again of the factions from all over the conference cheering for Mike. It's, again, very hard to get all these people to agree on something in the Republican Party. But here it is. Mike Johnson getting loud roars and cheers from all regions of the Republican congressional members last night.
Thank you for being here. Let's go.
Mike. I want to be like Mike. Come on. Speaker Johnson, that sounds good. It has a ring to it. Should we run for office, Royce? Maybe we run for office. Me and Speaker, we'll just keep the Speaker Johnson lineage going. I wonder if I'm related to this guy. It'll be interesting to find out. The Daily Beast has a curious little article here from 2018. So what's this about? Producer ALX is telling me, gotta read this article. Gotta read just the top line of this article. So let's go through it, okay? Meet the double agent who now controls the House Conservatives. Uh-oh. Oh, Daily Beast is writing this. You know he's got to be good. So this is from 2018. It's from a while ago. Let's look. The spies' mission was simple. Gain their trust, become one of them, and eventually take them over. Rep. Mike Johnson, the House Freedom Caucus, found the perfect mold. To members, the Republican Study Committee, the freshman lawmaker seemed like one of them. Conservative, clean-cut, hungry for power and influence. But under the conservative veneer, he was, well, a conservative. But more than that, he's the key player in a larger scheme by a rival group to co-opt its influence over the House GOP leadership and consolidate conservative factions within the party. Dozen Republican lawmakers aides told the Daily Beast. That's interesting. So Mike Johnson is running an operation here to make the Republican Party actually conservative. When was the last, ask yourself this question, when was the last time conservatives conserved anything? Does it feel like we've conserved anything in this country? Has this country gotten, for instance, good example, has this country gotten better or worse? Have conservatives conserved anything? Was life better in America in the 1950s? Was life better in America when 90% of this country was believed in God and was like Mike Johnson, Christian, had faith, had a reason to live, had children, had like the proper things, like the moorings of human flourishing in society that ground you? I'm going through this right now. I just welcomed my third kid into the world, my third child into the world. Like, these things ground me. I work every day. These things, like, ground, these are good things. They're good for the soul. Why didn't we conserve those things? What the hell happened to our society? Why are there so many people that wander through life purposeless? And then they blame the systems and they become communists. That's how you actually create a communist. You find a miserable, hideous, ugly, smelly person with no purpose and no faith and no belief in God, because that is antithetical to the communist. First page of the Communist Manifesto says we have to take out the church. It's the first page, Communist Manifesto. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue to read. So maybe Mike Johnson's whole purpose here might be fulfilled in this very moment. Let's hold out hope. For 2 years, he was groomed for the position, never denouncing, but never formally affiliating with the House Freedom Caucus, while getting closer and closer to his goal of control over the conservative Republicans in the House, and it worked. November 16th, Johnson was elected chairman of the Republican Study Committee, the House's largest bloc of conservatives, while successfully shielding the full extent of his involvement in the smaller ultra-conservatives House Freedom Caucus. Rep. Mark Meadows, how dare you? How dare you, Jerry? How dare you? Meme maker for this show, Jerry, one, used banned photographs of me that we shouldn't even have in the archives anymore. Jerry, replace your photos. 2, made this terrible image. Come on, Jerry. Come on, Jerry. At least use the more recent photographs. How hungover am I in that photo? Bad. Come on. Mike Johnson. Look at that, how fresh-faced Mike Johnson looks to me. It's not hungover, ladies and gentlemen. I used to drink a lot more than I do. Obviously, becoming a father and becoming like a professional, you don't have time. Nobody has time to be hungover. So I don't drink anymore. Especially not. And Bud Light makes it very easy. Like what's happened with Bud Light actually makes it quite easy to just fall right onto the wagon. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Back to the real main story. On November 16th, Johnson was elected. Rep. Mark Meadows, chairman of the Freedom Caucus, declined to comment on the record, but several Republican sources told the Daily Beast that Johnson is, for all intents and purposes, a member of the House Freedom Caucus because he regularly attends meetings, including internal vote counting operations. Johnson told the Daily Beast that he does not pay dues to the group, but the financial relationship between the Louisiana Republican and the House Freedom Caucus runs deep. He acknowledged a roll call earlier in the month. He is in close alignment with the Freedom Caucus. Despite his denials of formal membership, Johnson, a short, thin, soft-spoken, yet defiant 46-year-old Southerner who wears frameless glasses, defended his involvement. My driving force is to get Republicans to work together to bring family closer, so to speak. I think we're going to have a great opportunity in the next Congress, Johnson told the Daily Beast. Johnson's victory was a major coup for the House Freedom Caucus, which has, for the last 3 years, tried to commandeer the Republican Study Committee as part of a quest for heightened influence within the House conference and the party's leadership. Tension between the House Freedom Caucus have spilled over into the public, and Mike Johnson was the man who's brought in to mend those fences. If Mike Johnson, a secret member of the House Freedom Caucus, pulled one of the greatest political heists in modern history and nobody even noticed, a Republican aide said. Instead of trying to take over their conservative rival in the chamber head on and failing, like they have done in the past, they quite literally took it over by creating another institution in the House Freedom Caucus network. Truly spectacular move that nobody saw coming. It is pretty amazing how these politics play out and how important this stuff is. So, as somebody who spent a long time in Washington, D.C. and a long time on Capitol Hill, this may seem mundane, and if you are glazing over right now, don't. Because there are 5 people left in quorum. People are getting seated right now, and we will have nomination speeches very soon for Mike Johnson. I bet Jim Jordan's the guy who does it. I bet Jim Jordan's the guy who does it. So, I will though tell you this. These committees raise a ton of money. These committees are so powerful. This is how you create effectively energy and coalitions inside of the party, and you get things done. This is why it was bad logistics to do this from the start, because you couldn't get things done. It's 3 weeks of not getting things done. Like, there was a coalition of people that voted against Jim Jordan, and they were able to deny him the speakership, even though I freaking love Jim Jordan and I want him to be speaker. But man, it seems like Mike Johnson is somebody who has staged a tactical coup, and we are now getting a House Freedom Caucus member and a Republican Study Committee member to be Speaker of the House. So all of those shows that we did about Jim Jordan and the rise of the Tea Party, the usurping of the Uniparty via the original Tea Partiers and the original people that were brought in on this wave. Well, Mike Johnson was brought in while Jim Jordan was brought in on the Tea Party wave. Mike Johnson was brought in on the America First wave. Mike Johnson was elected with Donald Trump in 2016. So now you effectively have like the Trump takeover of Congress. Remarkable, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing. What a time to be alive. What a special time to be alive. And so the Daily Beast is sitting here mewling and raging that a smart tactician like Mike Johnson has been able to effectively bring the conservatives together and make them conserve something. When was the last time conservatives conserved anything in this nation? When? Boy, we'd be in a better position if they did. I mean, seriously. So here we have, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can cut to the live feed here now. We have the quorum vote. How many people are on? How many people are left? We want to hear these nominating speeches. 6 left. So this is the live feed. This is Congress. 5 left. There you go. Get your act together, dorks. Come on, dorks. Get your act together. Democrats are coming over and shaking Mike Johnson's hands. They've ripped down Kevin McCarthy's sign in front of Congress. So you can see here we have the live feed up, and we will cut to the live feed 4. Okay, we're down to the last 4. We will cut to the live feed as soon as they start nomination processes, and we will have new leaders. And this is an exciting moment. We've touched on Mike Johnson and his faith. We've touched on how he's been fighting on the right side for us in these committees, and we've played you plenty of clips of him doing that. His actions speak so much louder than his words. We've brought you the fear and the salt that pours from Democrats as they rage against Mike Johnson and are bitter, angry, sob, and cry about Mike Johnson becoming the speaker. Well, that's a good thing. Democrat George Soros simp organizations give him an F scorecard. Well, that's good. That's awesome. Fantastic. Nothing like an incredible endorsement. Then George Soros gives you an F on what you're doing. And of course, we've brought you Mike Johnson celebrating the destruction of the suicidal baby murdering factories here in America, known as Roe v. Wade, in one of the worst decided decisions by the Supreme Court, the most catastrophically decided decision of the Supreme Court ever. And ladies and gentlemen, so we hope to bring you Mike Johnson being and becoming the next Speaker of the House. Will Mike Johnson be fighting a President Biden? Well, that's a question. We know that he is for the impeachment of Joe Biden, and we know that he'd like to fight Joe Biden. And we know that there's plenty of, for people who are actually willing to fight, there is a fertile soil there. Will Joe Biden be worth fighting? What do I mean by that? Will Joe Biden even be on the top of the ticket? It's worth covering right now as we wait for these last goofballs, dorks to like wander to the bottom. Like, just go in and get counted. Come on. It's worth noting. They're going to replace Biden. They're going to do it. I'm telling you. You can see it. Gavin Newsom. They're going to do the switcheroo. Gavin Newsom's in China today, meeting with Xi Jinping. He's the president of China. We have the footage of Gavin Newsom wandering in to these palaces in China and clapping hands with the dictator in China after he had just been in Israel. Why is the governor of California going to China and Israel? Because they're going to replace Joe Biden. They're going to have these there's something catastrophic that's going to happen. Donald Trump is going to be ahead in the polls beyond the margins of fraud. And they're going to need a replacement quick. And they're going to figure out a way, I'm telling you, to get this guy in. They're already doing it. This is really important. Xi Jinping hasn't met with Biden. Xi Jinping hasn't granted Joe Biden a meeting. But he's meeting with Gavin Newsom. What does that tell you? Gavin Newsom traveling the world. Why is the governor of California, and by the way, California, a failed state, right? A third world state. Why is the governor of California going to Israel in wartime? Spent more time in Israel than Joe Biden did. Joe Biden went to Israel for like 27 minutes. What's really happening here? We've brought you reports of Gavin Newsom having very, very curious and interesting meetings at the White House, very mysterious meetings at the White House. What do they got planned? They won't let the election go forward. They won't let, they'll do anything they can to stop Donald Trump from becoming president. Anything. Anything. Tucker Carlson asked Donald Trump straight up, do you think they'll assassinate you? Right? In their incredible interview. So here we have Gavin Newsom globe-trotting the world, shaking hands with, obviously, evil dictator Xi Jinping, but the second largest economy, run by the Communist Party. And what did they talk about? Oh, they talked about solar panels. Yeah, right. Give me a break. This is Xi Jinping effectively anointing Gavin Newsom as the next Democrat president. They got something quirky planned, man. I'm telling you, you got to read the energy. He won't meet with Biden, but he'll meet with Gavin Newsom. Okay. They're going to have a switcheroo. I'm telling you. Donald Trump's going to be up by so much in the polls. We had the poll yesterday where Donald Trump is now up in the Real Clear Politics average. Donald Trump's up by so much in the polls that they're not going to allow Joe Biden to continue. Now, Donald Trump has impressions of Joe Biden that I think are particularly good. Donald Trump, we watch things and we notice things. Donald Trump is working on his impression of Joe Biden. Like, do you really think they'll let this man go on a debate stage with Joe? Donald Trump has been doing some rip-roaring impressions of Joe. We have a few of them lined up for you, for your entertainment. And of course, as you know, we'll cut right back to Congress when they actually start doing something. But for your personal entertainment, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy Donald Trump's best impressions of Joe Biden. Will they let Joe Biden get on a debate stage with this man? No, they won't.
We have a man that he can't even walk off a stage. He walks off a stage. He finishes his speech. He looks, oh, well, he can't find. He has no idea. You know, there's always a stair there, a stair here. You could even walk off the front, jump or something, do something. He usually walks to the back into a wall. Yeah, there's a wall there. He walks right into a wall. Can't walk off the stage, can't put two sentences together, and yet he's negotiating with President Xi of China.
Now, do you ever see him? He finishes the speech, stumbles through. By that time, it's starting to wear off, you know. Whatever happened to the cocaine they found in the White House? It was weird. through a presidential entrance. We found massive amounts of cocaine, but we don't know whose it is. I think I know whose it is, you think? I mean, how can they go with this guy? Can't find his way off a stage. I'm looking at these, I always sort of look at stages now. I get a little, because I say, how the hell do you not find your way? So every once in a while, I'll be in the middle of the speech, I'll look, stairs there, stairs there. And I say, how the hell does it work that you can't find your way off a stage? How does that work? But he can't. Does anybody think he's going to make it to the starting gate? I mean, the guy can't find his way off of a stage. Look, here's a stage. Here's a stage. I've never seen this stupid stage before, right? I've never seen it. But if I walk left, there's a stair. And if I walk right, there's a stair. And this guy gets up. Where am I? Where the hell am I? There's never been a time where we've been closer. We're inches away, and we have a man that literally can't speak. He can't get off a stage. The other day, he tried to get off a stage. Now, look, I'm up here now. There are a lot of people. There's a lot of television going crazy. There's so much. I'm up here. But, when I'm finished, I'm going to look over there. I'm going to see an exit. I'm going to look over there. I can take that one. And what I can't do is walk through the back wall.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's hysterical. This is historical. Ladies and gentlemen, Elise Stefanik giving the nominating speech for Mike Johnson. Let's go.
We convene this esteemed body today at a time of great crisis across America, a time of unprecedented challenges in this hallowed chamber, and a time when our most precious ally, Israel's very existence, is under attack from forces of evil. Yesterday, our dear colleague, our former conference chair, our chair of Energy and Commerce, Cathy McMorris Rodgers, nominated Mike Johnson in our conference. And she put it best, and I want to quote her today. She said, quote, "Trust has been broken and we have come to a standstill. How do we restore trust between members, leadership, and ultimately between Congress and we, the people?" Cathy went on to say, "There's a sense that it cannot be business as usual." She went on to note, above the Speaker's chair in the House chamber is our nation's motto, "In God we trust." Ms. McMorris Rodgers went on to say, "The times in which we are living demand boldness, unity, and transformational leadership that begins with trust in God and each other. Trust is when the magic happens." In the story of King David, we are reminded that man looks at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart, end quote. Today is the day that House Republicans will humbly look in our hearts and elect Mike Johnson as Speaker of the People's House. A man of deep faith, Mike epitomizes what it means to be a servant leader. A deeply respected constitutional lawyer, Mike has dedicated his life to preserving America's great principles of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mike is a titan on the Judiciary Committee and a dedicated member of the House Armed Services Committee. And as vice chair of our conference, he has united all of our members to speak clearly and boldly on behalf of the American people. A friend to all and an enemy to none, Mike is strong, tough, and fair, and above all, Mike is kind. And at this very moment, this Republican conference knows that we live in perilous times and the American people are hurting. Families are struggling under the pain of inflation caused by reckless far-left spending, unable to afford groceries, heat, or gas. We have an inhumane open border with millions illegally smuggled and trafficked, and tens of thousands of children lost in the chasm of the incompetence and negligence of the Biden administration. Israel is under attack by Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists committing atrocities, with Israelis suffering the bloodiest days in modern memory. Crime is skyrocketing on our streets, while there are vicious calls from the left to defund our great men and women in blue. American energy production has been crushed by Joe Biden's radical, failed, far-left Democrat policies, causing seniors, farmers, and families to pay more at the pump. And Americans fundamentally understand that the federal government has been illegally weaponized against we, the people, shredding the Constitution, targeting conservatives, parents, yes, I'll say it again. The federal government has been illegally weaponized against we, the people, shredding the Constitution, targeting conservatives, parents, and even Joe Biden's top political opponent. The people. And as we embark on the path ahead, I am reminded of Galatians 6:9. And let us not grow weary of doing good, for in due season we will reap if we do not give up. House Republicans and Speaker Mike Johnson will never give up. Today is the day we get this done. May God bless our next Speaker, Mike Johnson. May God bless the United States of America. And I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tempore. I notice a little bit more of a smile on your face today than we have in the past. Mr. Speaker, I rise today at the direction of the Democratic caucus to place into nomination for the position of Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries from New York. Mr. Speaker, you may agree with this, but we are back here 22 days into this Republican manufactured chaos, and House Republicans have brought us to the exact same position that we were back then. All of the infighting, all of the disarray, just to end up where we were 3 weeks ago. These past few weeks, we have been left wondering if Republicans were truly intent on solving our issues, reopening the House of Representatives, and rallying around someone to lead this chamber. Or has this been about something else? Has this been about a focus of House Republicans to find the person who can pass their extreme litmus test to oppose marriage equality, enact a nationwide abortion ban without exceptions, gut Social Security and Medicare, and support overturning a free and fair election? It's a fair question. It's a fair question. No one. Nowhere in that candidate questionnaire is it about growing the middle class, helping our communities, keeping the cost of healthcare lower, and making life for everyday Americans better. The gentlewoman from New York said it right. This has been about one thing. This has been about who can appease Donald Trump. House Republicans have put their names behind someone who has been called the most important architect of the Electoral College objections. He's spearheaded, that's fair, we know how you feel. Yeah, you've made that clear. He's spearheaded the legal effort, joined by more than 100 of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, in support of a dangerous and baseless lawsuit to overturn the results of the 2020 election. On the eve of January 6th, some of my Republican colleagues even called this a failed strategy. Yet those same individuals plan to stand right next to him today. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, House Democrats believe that when members of this body voted to reject the results of the 2020 election, they forfeited their ability to lead this chamber. On this side of the aisle, we know what leadership looks like. Hakeem Jeffries has never turned his back on the will of the American people. The son of two social workers, he's always stood by the side of working families. The most pressing needs of everyday Americans are his North Star. He believes that everyone in America should have the opportunity to get ahead and achieve their version of the American dream. He believes that access to affordable health care is a right, not a privilege. He believes that reproductive freedom must be guaranteed, not stripped away. He believes that working families, not the wealthy and the well-connected, should be rewarded. He believes in growing the middle class so that everyone can succeed. He believes that our schools and our communities should be safe and free from gun violence. He believes that investing in public schools, not depriving students of fact-based education by banning books. Based education by banning books. He believes in taking care of our seniors and our veterans, not slashing their benefits. He believes in living up to the promise that America is a beacon of hope and a land of opportunity. He believes in defending democracy against all enemies and adversaries, foreign and domestic. He believes in standing by our allies, Israel and Ukraine. And he believes in keeping our government running and open. Let me be clear. This is not just a belief system. Leader Jeffries has the track record to back it up. He is certainly a far contrast from who Republicans have nominated, with or without their votes, to nominate today. But if House Republicans choose, they can still join us on a bipartisan path forward. Let's come together to fund our government, support our allies abroad, and deliver for working families. End the chaos, end the dysfunction, end the extremism. Let's open up the people's house. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The reading clerk will now call the roll.
Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. Johnson. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford.
Servant Leader Honorable Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Allen.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Allred. Jeffries. Amadei.
Mike
Johnson.
Johnson.
Armstrong. Johnson. Arrington. Johnson. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. Johnson. Bacon.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Baird.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Balderson. Johnson. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. Johnson. Barr. Johnson. Berrigan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. Johnson. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. Johnson. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. Johnson. Beyer. Beyer. Bice. Johnson. Biggs. Johnson. Bilirakis.
Absolutely, Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Johnson. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert. Johnson. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bost. Johnson. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Rakeen. Johnson. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Buck. Johnson. Bouchon. Johnson. Bazinski. Jeffries. Burchett. Johnson. Burgess. Johnson. Burleson. Johnson. Bush.
Jeffries. Calvert. Johnson. Kamick. Johnson. Caraballo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries. Carey. Johnson. Carl. Johnson. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. Johnson. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. Johnson. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez de Reamer. Johnson. Sherfilis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Siscomani. Johnson. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. Johnson. Cloud. Johnson. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Johnson. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. Johnson. Collins. Johnson. Comer. Johnson. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Correa. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Johnson. Crawford. Johnson. Crenshaw. Johnson. Crockett. Jeffries. Johnson. Davis of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. Johnson. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. Dela Cruz. Johnson. DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. Johnson. Diaz-Pizito. Johnson. Diaz-Balart. Johnson. Dingell. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. Johnson. Duarte. Johnson. Duncan. Johnson. Dunn of Florida. Johnson. Edwards. Johnson. Elsie. Johnson. Emmer. Johnson. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshoo. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. Johnson. Evans. Jeffries. Ezell. Johnson. Fallon. Johnson. Finstra. Johnson. Ferguson. Johnson. Finstad. Johnson. Fischbach. Johnson. Fitzgerald. Johnson. Fitzpatrick. Johnson. Fleischman. Johnson. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood. Johnson. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. Johnson. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. Scott Franklin. Johnson. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. Johnson. Fulcher. Johnson. Gates. Johnson. Gallagher. Johnson. Gallego. Gallego. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. Johnson. Mike Garcia. Johnson. Robert Garcia. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. Johnson. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. Johnson. Vicente Gonzalez. Vicente Gonzalez. Good of Virginia. Johnson. Gooden of Texas. Johnson. Gosar. Johnson. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. Johnson. Graves of Louisiana. Johnson. Graves of Missouri. Johnson. Green of Tennessee. Johnson. Green of Texas. Jeffries. Green of Georgia. Johnson. Griffith. Johnson. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. Johnson. Guest. Johnson. Guthrie. Johnson. Hageman. Johnson. Harder of California. Jeffries. Harris. Johnson. Harshbarger. Johnson. Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn. Johnson. Higgins of Louisiana. Johnson. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill. Johnson. Himes. Jeffries. Henson. Johnson. Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin. Johnson. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. Johnson. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga. Johnson. Hunt. Johnson. Issa. Johnson. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries. Jackson of Texas. Johnson. Jackson Lee. Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. Johnson. Jayapal. Jeffries. 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 Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. Johnson. Johnson of Ohio. Johnson. Johnson of South Dakota. Johnson. Jordan. Johnson. Joyce of Ohio. Joyce of Ohio. Johnson. Joyce of Pennsylvania. Johnson. Camlogger Dove. Jeffries. Capter. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. Johnson. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. Johnson. Kelly of Pennsylvania. Johnson. Khanna. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. Johnson. Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. Johnson. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. Johnson. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. Johnson. LaHood. Johnson. LaLota. Johnson. LaMalfa. Johnson. Lamborn. Johnson. Landsman. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy. Johnson. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson. Jeffries. Langworthy. Johnson. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. Johnson. LaTurner. Johnson. Lawler. Johnson. Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. Johnson. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. Johnson. Letlow. Johnson. Levin. Jeffries. Liu. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Lucas. Johnson. Luke Kameyer. Johnson. Luna. Johnson. Luttrell. Johnson. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. Johnson. Magaziner. Jeffries. Maliotakis. Johnson. Mann. Johnson. Manning. Jeffries. Massey. Johnson. Mast. Johnson. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McCarthy. Johnson. McCall. Johnson. McLean. Johnson. McClellan. Jeffries. McClintock. Johnson. McCullum. Jeffries. McCormick. Johnson. McGarvey. Jeffries. McGovern. Jeffries. McHenry. Johnson. Meeks. Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Ming. Jeffries. Muser. Johnson. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Johnson. Miller of Ohio. Johnson. Miller of West Virginia. Johnson. Miller Meeks. Johnson. Mills. Johnson. Molinaro. Johnson. Molinar. Johnson. Jeffries. Moskowitz. John Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. Johnson. Nadler. Jeffries. Napolitano. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Neguse. Jeffries. Nels. Johnson. Newhouse. Johnson. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. Johnson. Nunn of Iowa. Johnson. Obernolte. Johnson. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. Johnson. Omar. Jeffries. Owens. Johnson. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. Johnson. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pasquale. Jeffries. Payne. Jeffries. Pelosi. Jeffries. Peltola. Jeffries. Pence. Johnson. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Johnson. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. Johnson. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Porter. Jeffries. Posey. Johnson. Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. Johnson. Rogers of Washington. Johnson. Rogers of Alabama. Johnson. Rogers of Kentucky. Johnson. Rose. Johnson. Rosendale. Johnson. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. Johnson. Roy. Johnson. Ruiz. Jeffries. Rupersberger. Jeffries. Rutherford.
The very honorable Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. Johnson. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos. Johnson. Sarbanes. Jeffries. Scalise.
Great state of Louisiana, Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schiff. Jeffries. Snyder. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Swikert. Johnson. Austin Scott. Johnson. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. Johnson. Sessions. Johnson. Sewell. Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill. Jeffries. Simpson. Johnson. Slotkin. Jeffries. Smith of Missouri. Johnson. Smith of Nebraska. Johnson. Smith of New Jersey. Johnson. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker. Johnson. Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto. Jeffries. Spanberger. Jeffries. Sparts. Johnson. Stensbury. Jeffries. Stanton. Jeffries. Stauber. Johnson. Steele. Johnson. Stefanik. Johnson. Style. Johnson. Stubbe. Johnson. Stevens. Jeffries. Strickland.
For the protection of voting rights, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Strong. Johnson. Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano. Jeffries. Tenney. Johnson. Tanadar. Jeffries. Thompson of California. Jeff Tiffany. Mississippi. Timmons. Johnson. Titus. Jeffries. Tlaib. Jeffries. Takuda. Jeffries. Tonko. Jeffries. Torres of California. Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Trone. Jeffries. Turner. Johnson. Underwood. Jeffries. Johnson. Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo. Johnson. Van Drew.
We are back better than ever. Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Van Dyne. Johnson. Van Orden. Van Orden. Vargas. Jeffries. Vasquez. Jeffries. Vesey. Jeffries. Velasquez. Jeffries. Wagner. Johnson. Wahlberg. Johnson. Waltz. Johnson. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters.
He supports freedom of choice. Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Watson Coleman.
As the only candidate who represents the integrity of this House,
Watson Coleman.
Again? Do I need to say Hakeem Jeffries again because I read?
Jeffries.
The House will come to order. The clerk, the staff, and the tellers deserve to have the attention of the House. The clerk will continue.
Weber of Texas. Johnson. Webster of Florida. Johnson. Winstrup. Johnson. Westerman. Johnson. Wexton. Jeffries. Wild. Jeffries. Williams of Georgia. Jeffries. Williams of New York. Johnson. Williams of Texas. Johnson. Wilson of Florida. Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina. Johnson. Whitman. Johnson. Womack.
In the race for Speaker, Third District of Arkansas, selects Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Yackham. Johnson. Zinke.
Speaker of the People's House, Mike Johnson.
Johnson.
The clerk will now call the names of the members who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Byer. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Correa. Correa. Gallego. Jeffries. Vicente Gonzalez. Vicente Gonzalez. Van Orden. Van Orden.
If there are any members who did not answer the call of the roll, they may come to the well and vote at this time.
Speaker Mike Johnson. Let's go. We got the balloons. We got the fireworks. Come on. We are celebrating. They can be tallying the votes. I don't care. We got hearts for Mike Johnson. Let's go. Big time thumbs up and celebration. Speaker Mike Johnson. We have been vindicated. Using all the new special little effects that I got in the studio. What they are doing right now is they are tallying up the votes. We didn't have a single Republican break away from Mike. Everyone stood in unison.
Tallies that the total number of votes cast is 429, of which the Honorable Mike Johnson of the state of Louisiana has received 220 votes. And the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 209 votes. Therefore, the Honorable Mike Johnson of the state of Louisiana, having received a majority of the votes cast, is duly elected Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 118th Congress.
Yes, baby. We are so back. We are so back. Come on. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Let the salt flow. Give me those salt shakers. Get those salt shakers out. I want to see them.
The chair appoints the following committee to escort the speaker-elect to the chair. The
Let's
gentleman
go.
from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentleman
Come
from New York,
on.
Ms. Stefanik. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The gentleman from California, Mr. McCarthy. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bergman. The gentlewoman from Washington, Mrs. Rogers. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro. The gentlewoman from Florida, Mrs. Comack. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbene. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar. The gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Underwood. The gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Crockett. And the members of the Louisiana delegation, Mr. Graves, Mr. Higgins, Ms. Letlow, Mr. Carter.
Come on, baby. Let's go. Bring it home. I do my best to not talk over the actual official proceedings. Mike Johnson got every single Republican vote. This is the first time that's happened since 2011. It's been nearly 15 years since a Republican got every Republican vote for Speaker. Mike Johnson has become, and is about to gavel in as the 56th Speaker of the House of Representatives. Not a single Republican broke away. He is 51 years old. He is from Louisiana. He is a fiscal and constitutional conservative, a legal expert on the Constitution, a staunch Christian conservative, pro-life, Second Amendment advocate, a patriot, a defender of Donald Trump, a defender of truly what makes this nation a great place to live. A man who has spent his life dedicated to the study and defense of the Constitution, a committed father, a father of 4 beautiful children, a man who has spent his career defending the military and agitating for more freedom in this nation, not less. On the other side of the aisle, you had prepubescent children, the boom clap hallelujah chorus of the theater kids with their braces and their acne and their Hot Topic goth outfits, behaving like petulant children, speeching and mewling and flagellating themselves, spewing fake news, and some of them inciting an insurrection. Hamas-surrection, as we shall call it. It happened last week. But, ladies and gentlemen, in the words of Chuck Schumer, we may have incited an erection in the House today for freedom. The Freedom Caucus and the House Freedom Caucus and the Republican Study Committee will have their first official Speaker of the House. Ladies and gentlemen, in case you were wondering, I'm not trying to make a potty joke. Chuck Schumer did, speaking directly from the well of the Senate, say that Donald Trump incited an erection. We have the tape. Ladies and gentlemen, what they are doing right now is they are bringing Mike Johnson down to the floor. There is a small delegation from both chambers of the House that will usher him down to the floor, and he will be given the gavel, and he will gavel in for the first time. I would like to tell you that I know exactly how much time this would take. I do not, but I see that Patrick McHenry is standing at the ready and is probably very excited to be done with his job as Speaker Pro Tem. A victory for the Freedom Caucus. A victory for the Republican Party. A victory for grassroots Republicans. A victory for pro-lifers. A victory for constitutional conservatives. A victory for gun owners. A victory, ladies and gentlemen, for the fine people of Louisiana. The 6th District of Louisiana. The great Mike Johnson, representing 760,000 voters, winning his seat by the largest margin anyone has ever won his seat. So incredibly popular in his home district, bringing great pride to the state of Louisiana. And now, as the 56th House Speaker, he will be the first, and probably he will be arguably the most powerful person ever federally elected from Louisiana. I think that's inarguable. Mike Johnson has been a staunch, fighting, voracious defender of the Republican Party and of our priorities. He has gone hard in the paint against Hillary Clinton, Joseph Robinette Biden, Christopher Wray, Merrick Garland, the Gestapo at Twitter that censored all of us, and those who mean us harm in this nation, and by that I mean the Marxists. You saw an embarrassing display by the Democrats across the aisle. Again, this is what happens when the theater kids take over Congress. It was a humiliation. I am so happy that it is done, and we are so thrilled to have brought great salt and shame upon them. Once more, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to ask you, get your salt shakers ready. We're going to put up, I want a font, a fountain, a geyser, Old Faithful of salt for Democrats when Mike Johnson is officially sworn in. They will scream. They will cry. They will bite down on their little ball gags and the little gimp suits that they wear, provided by George Soros, and they shall be bitter, and they shall cry. And it will be wonderful, and we will salt them. I, again, believe that Mike Johnson will be approaching the lectern presently and will be soon to be sworn in. Now, a reminder that Mike Johnson is actually got more votes than Kevin McCarthy. It's quite shocking. And did it in one round when Kevin McCarthy had 18 to go. Kevin McCarthy had a number of people vote present.
You're watching live coverage of the new speaker and his swearing in.
Okay. Well, that was the C-SPAN commentator commentating as everyone stands at the ready. Of course, we would never want you to miss Mike Johnson getting sworn in. A historic moment as Congress does what they do best, which is mill about and generally do nothing. But I am very proud today. Very proud. What a day. The 56th Speaker of the House of Representatives, a 51-year-old House Freedom Caucus, Republican Study Committee, rock-ribbed conservative who has been on the right side of every single issue, who has been a fighter for us, who is a bit of a sleeper because of his, oh my, hey, look at that. C-SPAN, we'll get it back to you. C-SPAN ticked off, and so we will effort immediately the next feed. I believe that C-SPAN will simply restart their feed in order to get the swearing in, and so we are pulling that up for you in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. So here is the feed. Once again, we are waiting for the swearing in of Mike Johnson, Republican from Louisiana, who's won the speakership without a single dissenting Republican, which is quite unbelievable because the Republican Party in Congress has been behaving much like the women of The View over the last 3 weeks, squawking and complaining and backbiting and infighting, and it hasn't been pretty. Gotta be honest. Hasn't been pretty. Including but not limited to Tom Emmer getting the speaker designee yesterday. Tom Emmer. Not a conservative. Certainly not in the mold of the conservative party that you wish for, or the America First movement. And so here we stand as Patrick McHenry stands atop the lectern, anxiously awaiting the handing over of the gavel. Mike Johnson, soon to be sworn in as Speaker, and I believe then will also be making a few remarks. We'll hear his first remarks as Speaker. We're going to carry through here, man. This is now hour 3 on the nose. We did our full show. We carried through the vote. And thank you for all of your comments. We love putting them up on screen. Try and be polite in the comment section. We have a family-friendly show here. Helps us out because then we don't put up any naughty words. But be upstanding today. Let me see that. I didn't get those salt shakers on. I didn't get some salt shakers. I've been sodium deficient. Let's get some salt shakers on there. Come on. Come on. Democrats are gonna seethe. They are gonna tremble. The salty, salty army is here, and we go ree. Libs will be crying. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we await Mike Johnson to be. I'm not sure how they. I don't actually know how they do this. Maybe they carry him in a throne up to the chair. Perhaps he's like a Jewish wedding, right? Put him in a chair, up and down. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But here we have, once again, a historic moment. More votes than Kevin McCarthy got to be Speaker of the House. Not a single dissenting Republican. For the man who entered Congress on the Trump 2016 America First wave. For the man who entered Congress as an America First Republican. Mike Johnson has now begun tweeting. Here's the gavel.
The House will come to order. Sergeant of Arms.
Mr. Speaker, the Speaker-elect Mike Johnson from the state of Louisiana.
Boom. Come on, baby. Got Hakeem Jeffries back there. Embarrassment. You got Steve Scalise there. The majority leader, who's also from Louisiana. So Louisiana, stand proud. Stand tall. Well done. Get ready for the salt must flow. Thank you, Jeff Cheney, for that salt, and Therese Roth, and Love Street. Is that your real name? Paula K. Spur, and Descend Salt. Ah, the salt shall set you free. Salty, salty libs, crying a river of, a roaring, raging rapid of salt water shall engulf Washington, D.C. Actually, a great flood would probably do this city a great deal of good. I would be totally in favor. Flood D.C. Flood D.C. again. Make D.C. biblical again. Send the flood. Come on, Noah, let's go. Here we go. A special moment indeed. And what seems to be an absolutely spectacular banner day for us. Once again, I believe, and I say this very cautiously, that we got a speaker into office that will actually defend us. A speaker that has an F rating from George Soros. My goodness, have we actually done it? Uh-oh.
Speaker Mike Johnson, Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, Whip Clark, Chairman Aguilar, all of my colleagues in government on both sides of the aisle. It's an honor and a privilege to once again stand before you as House Democratic leader. From the very beginning of this Congress, House Democrats have made clear
salt shakers.
that we will find bipartisan common ground with our Republican colleagues whenever and wherever possible for the good of the American people. And House Democrats have repeatedly done just that. It was House Democrats who provided a majority of the votes necessary to avoid a catastrophic default on our debt that would have crashed the U.S. economy and triggered a job-killing recession. It was House Democrats who provided a majority of the votes necessary to avoid a government shutdown that would have hurt everyday American. It was House Democrats who provided a majority of the votes necessary to secure $16 billion in disaster assistance for Americans whose lives have been devastated by extreme weather events. From the very beginning of this Congress, House Democrats have been governing for the people. We continue to look forward to finding bipartisan common ground whenever and wherever possible. House Democrats will continue to, whenever and wherever possible. House Democrats will continue to partner with President Biden and Senate Democrats to put people over politics. House Democrats will continue to fight for lower costs, better paying jobs, safer communities, and to build an economy from the middle out and the bottom up and not the top down. House Democrats will continue to push back against extremism in this chamber and throughout the country. House Democrats will continue to protect Social Security, protect Medicare, protect Medicaid, protect our children, protect our climate, protect low-income families, protect working families, protect the middle class, protect organized labor, protect the LGBTQ community, protect our veterans, protect older Americans, protect the Affordable Care Act, protect the right to vote, protect the peaceful transfer of power, protect our democracy, and protect a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions.
Satanic.
These
Cool.
are blue lines in the sand, and we will work hard to make sure that they are never crossed. We must also continue to stand by President Biden as he works to bring American hostages and Israeli hostages held by Hamas back home.
Oh, held by your party, huh?
American hostages and Israeli hostages and international hostages.
Oh, really? How do we get in that situation exactly? How about Congress being held hostage?
By our friends on the international stage. And we have no better friend in the Middle East than the state of Israel.
Well, that's pretty strong. That's not going to make you very popular with Democrat voters.
Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish and democratic state. The special relationship between the United States and Israel is unbreakable. Our commitment to Israel's security is ironclad, and Israel has a right to defend itself under the international rules of war against the brutal terror unleashed on its citizens by Hamas.
Rashida Tlaib on life support now. Like she's like screaming in the bathroom, biting a stick.
Our ironclad commitment to Israel's security and the effort to defeat Hamas is not inconsistent with the goal of achieving a lasting and just peace between Israel and the Palestinian people. In many ways, it is a necessary ingredient because Hamas is not good for Israel. Hamas is not good for America. Hamas is not good for the free world. Hamas is not good for the democratic aspirations of the Palestinian people.
Are you conducting a choir here? Were you elected speaker? Shut up! Get off the stage! No, like, nobody elected you, pal.
Support Ukraine in its courageous effort to defeat Russian aggression. There are
Get
only
off the
two
stage.
paths in front of us. We can either stand up for Ukraine or bow down to Vladimir Putin. That is not a difficult choice. We must stand up for America's national security. We must stand up for democracy. We must stand up for freedom. We must stand up for truth. We must stand up for the Ukrainian people until victory is won.
Nobody elected you. Shut up. Sit down. Get off the stage. Quit grandstanding.
It is my expectation that in the next week or so, the Senate will send over for consideration a bipartisan national security funding package for Israel, Ukraine.
Quit hogging the mic.
The time for gamesmanship is over. The time for brinksmanship is over. The time for partisanship is over. It's time to get back to doing the business of the American people.
Shut up.
Let me conclude. Let me conclude with an observation about the state of our democracy.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Let me conclude
Shut
with an
up.
observation about the state of our democracy.
Oh my God. Dude, you belong on The View.
Biden won the 2020 presidential election. He's doing a great job under difficult circumstances, and no amount of election denialism will ever change that reality. Not now, not ever.
Salt him. Salt him. I told you.
Throughout the years, presidents from Ronald Reagan to Barack Obama, Dwight Eisenhower to Lyndon Baines Johnson have spoken to this chamber and urged us to put aside partisan politics for the good of the American people. President Lincoln spoke to this Congress on December 1st, 1862, in the middle
When Joe Biden was in his first term.
and noted that we in this institution had the power and bore the responsibility to save the Union. The stakes were high. As articulated by President Lincoln, we could either nobly save or meanly lose America as we know it, the last best hope on earth.
We want to hear from the Speaker of the House.
In the American journey. And we have but one charge to keep during this moment of great fragility. Our union must be sustained. Our union must be strengthened. Our union must succeed. There are many throughout this country.
Okay. It's like, can somebody please
who are
cut the mic?
understandably alarmed at the turbulence of the moment, at the chaos, the dysfunction, and the extremism that has been unleashed in this chamber from the very beginning of this Congress. But this too shall pass. Our country has often confronted adversity, and the good news is we always find a way to make it to the other side. We faced adversity in the 1860s, in the middle of the Civil War.
Just
when the
like
country
illegal
was
aliens.
literally tearing itself apart.
In
We
Joe
faced
Biden's
adversity
America.
in October of 1929, when the stock market collapsed.
Shut up. Dude, is this a history lesson? What is going on?
We faced adversity in December of 1941, when a foreign power unexpectedly struck.
Cut the
plunging
mic.
us into a world war with the evil empire of Nazi Germany. We faced adversity in the Deep South in the 1950s and 60s, when the country was struggling to reconcile the inherent contradictions between Jim Crow segregation and the glorious promises of the Constitution. We faced adversity on September 11th, 2001, when the towers and the Pentagon were unexpectedly struck, killing thousands of lives in an instant. We
Oh my
face
God.
adversity right here in the House
Dude,
of Representatives.
did someone elect you
On
speaker?
January 6, 2021, a
You
violent mob
lost.
of insurrectionists, incited by some in this chamber, overran the House floor as part of an effort to halt the peaceful transfer of power. Every time we faced adversity, the good news here in America is that we always overcome. That is the power of American exceptionalism. That is why America is the land of the free and the home of the brave. That is why I remain
Getting a migraine.
optimistic about the future of this country. That is why America is the last best hope on earth. God bless you. God bless the House of Representatives. God bless the United States of America.
Dude, will he ever shut up? Oh my God. This is like discount Costco Nancy Pelosi giving a 10-minute muling political
honor and
partisan speech.
To hand over the People's Gavel here in the United States House of Representatives to a family man, a hardworking man, a Baptist man, a Southern man, a son of a firefighter's household. The
Thank God it's
gentleman
over.
From the great state of Louisiana and the 56th Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson.
Goodness gracious. Oh, that was excruciating.
Thank you. Thank you.
Finally.
Thank you all. First, a few words of gratitude. I want to thank Leader Jeffries. I do look forward to working with you on behalf of the American people. I know we see things from very different points of view, but I know that in your heart you love and care about this country and you want to do what's right. And so we're going to find common ground there. All right?
Shove that gavel where the sun don't shine. Come on, Big Mike. Let's go.
I want to express my great thanks for our Speaker Emeritus, Kevin McCarthy.
There you go.
Kevin has dedicated over 2 decades of his life to selfless public service, 16 of those years in this House. And you would be hard-pressed to find anybody who loves this institution more or has contributed more to it. He is the reason we're in this majority today. His impact can never be overstated, and I want to thank him for his leadership, his friendship, and the selfless sacrifice that you and Judy have made for so many years. You helped build it, Kevin, and we owe you a great debt of gratitude. I want to thank the dedicated and overworked staff of this beleaguered House.
Class act move. Class act.
They accept praise so stoically. But Miss Susan Cole, our House reading clerk, and yes. Listen, all the clerks and all the staff, you know, they're terribly overworked. This has been a grueling process. but they have served an integral role in keeping our republic, and we thank them for that service. I know we all do. I want to thank my dedicated wife of almost 25 years, Kelly. She's not here. We couldn't get a flight in time. This happened sort of suddenly. But we're going to celebrate soon. She spent the last couple of weeks on her knees in prayer to the Lord, and she's a little worn out. We all are. I want to thank our children, Michael and Hannah and Abby and Jack and Will. All of our children sacrifice. All of them do, and we know that. And there's not a lot of perks to being a member of Congress's kid, right? And so I want to thank all of your families as well for what they endure and what they've had to endure for the last few weeks. We've been here a while. Yeah. I want to thank my faithful mother, Jeannie Johnson, who bore me at the age of 17. And my brothers, Chris and Josh, and my sister, Laura, and all their families, and all of our extended family. In Louisiana, family's a big deal, and we got a bunch of them. I especially want to thank all the extraordinary people of the great state of Louisiana. We have never had a Speaker of the House hail from our state, and so they've been lifting us up. I thank the people of Louisiana for the opportunity to serve you in Congress, and I'm humbled by your continuous support. We will make you proud. To my colleagues, I want to thank you all for the trust that you have instilled in me to lead us in this historic and unprecedented moment that we're in. The challenge before us is great, but the time for action is now, and I will not let you down. I want to say to the American people, on behalf of all of us here, we hear you. We know that I want to say to the American people, on behalf of all of us here, we hear you. We know the challenges you're facing. We know that there's a lot going on in our country, domestically and abroad, and we are ready to get to work again to solve those problems, and we will. Our mission here is to serve you well, to restore the people's faith in this House, in this great and essential institution. My dad, it was mentioned, my dad was a firefighter. He was an assistant chief in the fire department in my hometown of Shreveport, Louisiana, a little town in northwest Louisiana. On September 17, 1984, when I was 12 years old, he was critically burned and permanently disabled in the line of duty. All I ever wanted to be when I grew up was the chief of the fire department in Shreveport. But after the explosion on that fateful day, he nearly died, and it was a long road back, and it changed all of our life trajectories. I'm the oldest of 4 kids, and my dad, he lived with pain all the rest of his life for decades more, and I lost my dad to cancer 3 days before I got elected to Congress, 3 days. And he wanted to be there at my election night so badly. I'm the first college graduate in my family. This was a big deal to him. And so it was several weeks after that. It was early 2017. It was my freshman term, and it fell to me to be in the rostrum one night to serve here as Speaker Pro Tem. I thought that was a big deal until I figured out that's what you do for freshmen late at night. And I think if my memory serves, Miss Jackson Lee was winding down one of her long, eloquent speeches.
Roast him!
I was not enraptured by her speech, but I looked up at the top in the chamber there, and I saw the face of Moses staring down. And I just felt in that moment the weight of this place, right? The history that is revered here and the future that we are called to forge. And I really was just kind of almost overwhelmed with emotion. It occurred to me in that moment, it had been several weeks, and I had not had an opportunity yet to grieve my dad's passing. And I just had this sense that somehow he knew. And I had tears come to my eyes, and I was standing here, and I'm wiping them away, and then it suddenly occurs to me, the late night C-SPAN viewers are going to think something's very wrong with the new young congressman from Louisiana. It wasn't Sheila's speech. I'm sorry. I just knew in that moment that my dad, my father would be proud of me, and I felt that he was. And I think all of our parents are proud of what we're called to do here. I think all the American people at one time had great pride in this institution, but right now, that's in jeopardy. And we have a challenge before us right now to rebuild and restore that trust. This is a beautiful country. It's the beauty of America that allows a a firefighter's kid like me to come here and serve in this sacred chamber where great men and women have served before all of us and strive together to build and then preserve what Lincoln did refer to as the last best hope of man on earth. We stand at a very dangerous time. I'm stating the obvious. We all know that. The world is in turmoil. But a strong America is good for the entire world.
Good. Good. In God we trust.
We are the beacon of freedom, and we must preserve this grand experiment in self-governance. It still is. We're only 247 years into this grand experiment. We don't know how long it will last, but we do know that the founders told us to take good care of it. I want to tell all my colleagues here what I told the Republicans in that room last night. I don't believe there are any coincidences in a matter like this. I believe that Scripture, the Bible, is very clear. That God is the one that raises up those in authority. He raised up each of you, all of us. And I believe that God has ordained and allowed each one of us to be brought here for this specific moment in this time. This is my belief. I believe that each one of us has a huge responsibility today to use the gifts that God has given us to serve the extraordinary people of this great country, and they deserve it. And to ensure that our republic remains standing as the great beacon of light and hope and freedom in a world that desperately needs it.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
It was in 1962 that our national motto, "In God We Trust," was adorned above this rostrum. And if you look at the little guide that they give tourists and constituents who come and visit the house, and communism, which begins with the premise that there is no God. Simply, these words were placed here as a distinction that is also articulated in our nation's birth certificate. We know the language well. The famous second paragraph that we used to have children memorize in school, and they don't do that so often anymore, but they should. G.K. Chesterton was the famous.
This is the C-SPAN feed, not ours. We apologize.
Philosopher and statesman, and he said one time, America is the only nation in the world that is founded upon a creed. And he said it's listed with almost theological lucidity in the Declaration of Independence. What is our creed? We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, not born equal, created equal.
Based.
They're endowed by the same inalienable rights, with the same inalienable rights: life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. That is the creed that has animated our nation since its founding, that has made us the great nation that we are.
Based.
And we're in a time of extraordinary crisis right now. And the world needs us to be strong. They need us to remember our creed and our admonition. Crisis right now. And the world needs us to be strong. They need us to remember our creed and our admonition. Turmoil and violence have rocked the Middle East and Eastern Europe. We all know it. And tensions continue to build in the Indo-Pacific. The country demands strong leadership of this body, and we must not waver. Our nation's greatest ally in the Middle East is under attack. The first bill that I'm going to bring to this floor in just a little while will be in support of our dear friend Israel, and we're overdue in getting that done. We're going to show not only Israel, but the entire world that the barbarism of Hamas that we have all seen play out on our television screens is wretched and wrong, and we are going to stand for the good in that conflict. We have a catastrophe at our southern border. The Senate and the White House can no longer ignore the problem. From Texas to New York, wave after wave of illegal migrants are stressing our communities to their breaking points. We know that our streets are being flooded with fentanyl, and all of our communities, children, and even adults are dying from it. The status quo is unacceptable. Inaction is unacceptable, and we must come together and address the broken border. We have to do it.
Strong, based.
The skyrocketing cost of living is unsustainable, and Americans should not have to worry about how they're going to feed their family every week because they can't afford their groceries anymore. Everybody in this room should think about this. Here's the stats. Prices have increased over 17% in the last 2 years. Credit card interest rates are at the highest level in nearly 3 decades, and mortgage rates are now at a peak we haven't seen since 2001. We have to bring relief to the American people by reining in federal spending and bringing down inflation. The greatest threat to our national security is our nation's debt. And while we've been sitting in this room, that's right, the debt has crossed almost $33.6 trillion. In the time that it's going to take me to deliver this speech, we'll go up another 20 million in debt. It's unsustainable. We have to get the country back on track. Now, we know this is not going to be an easy task, and tough decisions will have to be made. But the consequences, if we don't act now, are unbearable. We have a duty to the American people to explain this to them so they understand it well. And we are going to establish a bipartisan debt commission to begin working on this crisis immediately.
Based. Yes.
We all know that we also live in a time of bitter partisanship. It was noted. And it's been on display here today, right? When our people are losing their faith in government, when they're losing sight of the principles that made us the greatest nation in the history of the world, I think we got to be mindful of that. We're going to fight. We're going to fight vigorously over our core principles because they're at odds a lot of times now in this modern era. We have to sacrifice sometimes our preferences because that's what's necessary in a legislative body. But we will defend our core principles to the end. In his farewell address, thank you. In his farewell address, President Reagan explained the secret of his rapport with people. And I like to paraphrase his explanation all the time. He said, you know, they call me the great communicator, but I really wasn't that. He said, I was just communicating great things. And they're the same great things that they've got: individual freedom, limited government, the rule of law, peace through strength, fiscal responsibility, free markets, and human dignity. Those are the foundations that made us the extraordinary nation that we are. And you and I today are the stewards of those principles. The things that have made us the freest, most powerful, most successful nation in the history of the world. The things that have made us truly exceptional. In this time of great crisis, it is our duty to work together, as previous generations of great leaders have, to face these great challenges and solve these great problems. I will conclude with this. The job of the Speaker of the House is to serve the whole body, and I will. But I've made a commitment to my colleagues here that this Speaker's office is going to be known for decentralizing the power here.
Yes, King, ready to rock. That is based. Decentralize the power in Washington, D.C. Notice no Democrats clapped.
My office is going to be known for members being more involved and having more influence in our processes, in all the major decisions that are made here, for predictable processes and regular order. We owe that to the people. That's right. And I want to make this commitment to you, to my colleagues here and on the other side of the aisle as well. My office is going to be known for trust and transparency and accountability, for good stewardship of the people's treasure, for the honesty and integrity that is incumbent upon us, all of us, here in the people's house. Our system of government is not a perfect system. It's got a lot of challenges, but it is still the best one in the world, and we have an opportunity to preserve it.
Hell yeah. Come on, boy. Come on, boy. You even got libs clapping on that one.
Last thing I'm going to say is a message to the rest of the world. They have been watching this drama play out for a few weeks. We've learned a lot of lessons, but you know what? Through adversity, it makes you stronger. And yeah. And we want our allies around the world to know that this body of lawmakers is reporting again to our duty stations Let the enemies of freedom around the world hear us loud and clear. The People's House is back in business.
Boom. Big Mike Johnson. That's what we're going to call him. Big Mike? No. Big Mike Johnson.
We will do our duty here. We will serve you well. We will govern well, and we'll make you proud in this institution again. We're gonna fight every day to make sure that is true. I look forward to the days ahead. I genuinely believe in my heart that the best days of America are still ahead of us. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Gavel! Do the gavel! Do the gavel! Go bam!
Thank you.
Come on, Big Mike!
I'm now ready to take the oath of office, and I ask the Dean of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Harold Rogers of Kentucky, to please administer the oath of office.
I'm going to have to brush up on my parliamentary procedure.
Designate, congratulations on your election.
Thank you, sir.
When our founding fathers chose a bold, new, and innovative new self-rule government.
C-SPAN, ladies and gentlemen, not us.
It was met
C-SPAN.
by deep skepticism by the world's monarchs. They said self-rule is only a dream. Our founders said they're right. It's the American dream.
Amen.
Now it's our dream. We're in charge. The speakership of the United States House of Representatives is the crucial outpost for the well-being of the people's government, the keeper, if you will, of the dream. Sir, if you wish to assume this awesome responsibility, please raise your right hand.
Here we go.
Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter. So help you God?
I do, so help me God.
Congratulations, Mr.
Come on. There we go. Sworn in, Big Mike Johnson. Got the gavel, got it done. We are so back.
Would y'all like to get right into governing?
Yes. Yes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, that is a nice ring to it, by the way.
Steve Scalise.
Mr. Speaker, I offer privilege resolution to notify the Senate of the election of Mike Johnson as Speaker of the House of Representatives and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 810. Resolved.
People in D.C. still wearing masks.
To inform that body that Mike Johnson, a representative from the state of Louisiana, has been elected Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to consider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, to notify President Biden of the election of Mike Johnson as Speaker of the House. I offer a privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
It's funny because Joe Biden's in a coma and he has dementia,
House
so he
Resolution
can't read.
11. Resolved that the clerk be instructed to inform the President of the United States that the House of Representatives has elected Mike Johnson, a representative from the state of Louisiana, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
We can't hear you with the mask.
Is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Thank you. All right. The chair would take this occasion to note that the speaker's announced policies with respect to particular aspects of the legislative process placed in the record on January 9, 2023 will continue in effect for the remainder of the 118th Congress. The chair announces that the speaker has delivered to the clerk a letter dated October 25th, 2023, listing members in the order in which each shall act as Speaker pro tempore under Clause 8B3 of Rule 1. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives. I hereby designate Representative Steve Scalise to exercise any authority regarding assembly, reassembly, convening, or reconvening of the House pursuant to House Concurrent Resolution 1, Clause 12 of Rule 1, and any concurrent resolution of the concurrent Congress as may contemplate my designation of members to exercise similar authority. In the event of the death or inability of that designee, the alternate members of the House listed in the letter bearing this date that I have placed with the clerk are designated in turn for the same purpose. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker. Clerk, I hereby appoint the Honorable Patrick McHenry, Honorable Adrian Smith, the Honorable Andy Harris, the Honorable Guy Reschenthaler,
All right.
Honorable Rob Whitman, the Honorable Ben Klein, the Honorable Richard Hudson, and the Honorable John Joyce to act as Speaker pro tempore to sign and roll bills and joint resolutions through the remainder of the 118th Congress. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker.
Without objection, the appointments are approved, and the House will be in recess subject to a call of chair pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1. We'll be back soon.
Here we go, baby. The gavel. There you go. Okay. We just got a small gavel. Okay. Here we go. Back at it again. Let's go, baby. We are so back. We are so back. Done. First round. Let's go through. What did we just witness? Okay. We witnessed every Republican in Congress, every single one of them, vote for Mike Johnson. The first unanimous vote for all Republicans for nearly 15 years. John Boehner, 2011 was the last time this happened. Mike Johnson of Louisiana, 56th Speaker of the United States House of Representatives. Mike Johnson, third in line for the presidency. Mike Johnson, a rock-ribbed conservative who's been on the right side and who, my God, has an F rating from George Soros, meaning we have actually elected a Republican speaker, a Republican that listens to us. Imagine for a moment, ladies and gentlemen, think with me right now as we say a prayer for Mike Johnson. I need you to say a prayer for Mike Johnson. This man is going to be demonically attacked. This man is going to face all of the pain and lashes and fire and brimstone and seething molten hot salt that the left can throw at him. And you already saw it there in the boom clap, hallelujah, theater kid, pantomime, absurdity of Hakeem Jeffries' speech. So utterly humiliating. The guy went on. His speech was longer than Mike Johnson's speech, but you'd think Hakeem Jeffries just becomes leader of the planet Zorg. This guy was insufferable. Insufferable. This is Nancy Pelosi, the discount Costco Nancy Pelosi, wish.com, Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries. Can't wait even for a single moment to start grandstanding and humiliating himself. But nonetheless, Mike Johnson became speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, we officially have the first truly Republican-based speaker in my lifetime. Republican speakers have been cowards, frauds, sellouts, degenerates, derelict, liars, and rhinos. They've been people who love lying to you while they cozy up to the swamp, while they, in fact, become swamp creatures themselves. We give them power nonetheless because the Republican Party is all we got, unfortunately. But this is all we got. So, wow, what an incredible moment. What does this mean into the future? As you pray for Mike Johnson, pray for Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson talked a lot about God returning to the chamber. He talked a lot about Moses. He talked a lot about the inscriptions in the chamber. We have a great photo here of Mike Johnson, "In God We Trust." Check this out. ALX, I tweeted this photo. It's awesome. It's from Corey Mills. Pull that up, please. I want you to know that Mike Johnson is a Christian, a devout Christian, a man of faith, a believer, a person who believes in the design of this country, which is to have a moral people, to be a system of government given to a moral people and kept by a moral people, if we can keep it. In God we trust, Mike Johnson talking about his faith, talking about his belief in our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and returning that to Congress. Oh, wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? The smell of sulfur too often emanated as Nancy Pelosi clomped through in her pantsuit. Despicable. These people worship baby sacrifice and they worship demons, and they're a sick lot, truly. And they've brought our nation to the brink. I often say on this program, only God can save us. And here we are. Close your eyes and imagine with me for a second as you say a silent prayer for Mike Johnson. January 22nd. The year is 2025. Donald Trump is about to be inaugurated President of the United States for his second term. The leader of the Senate is Rick Scott, a senator from Florida, who is equally based. He has ousted Mitch McConnell after Mitch McConnell's humiliation as multiple America First members take over the Senate Republican conference. And Mike Johnson, due to his incredible governance in the House, has won his speakership gavel once more and has increased his majority. Imagine that, ladies and gentlemen. Add to it that the new RNC chairwoman, Harmeet Dillon, is working across the street from Congress to make sure that the RNC speaks on behalf of the people and speaks on behalf of the majority in this country, which is us. We are the majority. We just don't act like it. Wouldn't that be a wonderful world? Wouldn't that be something that you want and I want and that we have prayed for a long time? Is this the start of something amazing? Look at this image of Mike Johnson. Keep it in your mind. Mike Johnson kneeling on the floor, praying in the House during the last speaker's election. There he is. He never wanted you to see this. This was never supposed to be made public. This was made public by a member of Congress who tweeted it today. Greg Stubbe. Pray for Mike Johnson, as Mike Johnson does pray for this nation. Celebrate with us. Here is video of Mike Johnson's name now being installed inside of the very, very cush, very sweet speaker's office here. I'm not sure if we can just play that beside me. Or we can just play, don't worry about it. We can just play it. Toss it up, Royce. Just toss it up. There it is, baby. Official. In the gold lettering and all. Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives. That video sent to us by Marjorie Taylor Greene, as either she herself or one of her staffers stood outside of the Speaker's office and celebrated. Marjorie had joined the show along with Anna Paulina Luna and a wonderful senator from the great state of Missouri. All of them cheering on Mike Johnson to become Speaker of the House, and here we are. Another man who cheered on Mike Johnson was Donald Trump, who was asked about Mike Johnson's ascension to the speakership, and he had this to say moments ago.
I just want to congratulate Mike Johnson. He will be a great Speaker of the House, and we were very happy to help. I've known him for a long time. He's a tremendous leader, a tremendous man, comes from a wonderful place, Louisiana. He's going to make us all proud. So at this time yesterday, nobody was thinking of Mike, and then we put out the word, and now he's the Speaker of the House. So I want to just thank all of the supporters that I have, and I want to thank
all of the supporters that Mike has. And again, he'll be a great speaker. I think you're going to be very proud of him. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
There you go. Donald Trump saying, well, we put out the word and now he's Speaker of the House. Not a single person dissenting. Donald Trump saying on Truth Social, congratulations, Mike Johnson. He'll be a great speaker. Make America great again. Donald Trump going hard in the paint here for Mike Johnson. Now, there were some people who were quite upset. Nancy Pelosi, who could barely stand on the House floor, was swaying and slurring her words, tried to give a speech, but her dentures went shooting out of her mouth and then started to chomp, 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 chomp right down the carpet. Check out Nancy Pelosi in this humiliating moment.
Jeffries. Pelosi.
So Nancy Pelosi, soon after that, slipped, spilled her seventh martini of the morning, and collapsed down, rolling, and was brought up on a stretcher, sort of like placed there, and the marionettes who operate her got control again. Okay, so good time, Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi heard it was hammer time, and so she immediately called Paul. But very different hammer time today. Another man who's very salty, and we told you to get your salt shakers out, is Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries maligned and slandered Mike Johnson in a despicable display before handing him the gavel, as is tradition, as a election denier, and saying that only Democrats support democracy. Unfortunately for Hakeem Jeffries, we decided to tally up some receipts here just so that he can be reminded of who are the people who actually deny elections.
There is a cloud of illegitimate.
Got it, you frauds. You despicable freaks. You people, how do you sleep at night? I mean, how do you sleep at night? I'll tell you this is my solemn promise to you. There's not a single thing I say in the show that I don't believe. There's not a single thing on this show that I say that makes me a fraud or a hypocrite or liar. Like, I believe it all. Sometimes you might be wrong. I gotta take, call balls and strikes. But we got a lot of wood to chop, and I never lie to you. How do you live like that? How do you live like that? You're an election denier. Donald Trump, the Russians, Russia stole the election. PP tape. How do you do it, man? How do you do? I don't get it. I don't understand, but I don't have to. God's in control, and a man who knows that, Mike Johnson, had this to say on Twitter, his first tweet as Speaker of the House. It's an honor of a lifetime that I have been elected the 56th Speaker of the House. Thank you to my colleagues, friends, staff, family, and to the unmatched support throughout the process. It has been an arduous few weeks, and a reminder that the House is a complicated and diverse as the people that we represent. The urgency of this moment demands bold, decisive action to restore trust, advance our legislative priorities, and demonstrate good governance. House Republican Conference is united and eager to work. As Speaker, I will ensure that the House delivers results and inspires change for the American people. We will restore trust in this body. We will advance comprehensive conservative policy agenda, combat harmful policy of the Biden administration, and support our allies abroad. And we will restore sanity to the government desperately needed of it. Let's get back to work. Mike Johnson in his first banger as Speaker. And Mike Johnson making news in his speech saying, we are going to start a bipartisan debt limit committee. And so that's good. Here's a photo of Kevin McCarthy wearing now a debt limit pin. So expect this to now become the major issue of this Congress. Kevin McCarthy wearing a pin given to him by Thomas Massie. Kevin McCarthy looking pretty happy there. Thomas Massie tweeted this out seconds ago. And he's wearing a pin that has the national debt on it. And so it ticks up as he's wearing it. Okay, cool. Pretty rad. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in our fourth hour of broadcast now. We never let these moments slip by. We know we have an obligation and a duty to you. And we deeply thank you for trusting us with delivering moments and news like this. It's actually, it's fast moving. That's why a lot of people don't That's why a lot of people don't do it, right? It's fast moving. Nancy Pelosi's blackout drunk. Hakeem Jeffries is blackout lying. And who knows? We could be live like we were last week for 20 straight hours with Jim Jordan and the frauds and the backstabbers who scuttled, for some reason, still unknown to any of us, scuttled his speakership bid. Nonetheless, you have Jim Jordan's protege now in charge of Congress, the great Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson, I will remind you, and we will finish with this, is a icon for a moment where we have wrestled back from the cold iron grip of the Uniparty what it means to be a Republican. What it means to be a Republican is that we listen to the priorities of this nation first. Mike Johnson was ushered into Congress on Donald Trump's victory in 2016. Mike Johnson is the protege of Jim Jordan, works for him and with him on the Judiciary Committee, in keeping our government in line on the Weaponization Committee, and ensuring that your government, even though they wish in every bone in their bodies to be treasonous dictators, to you, well, there is a wall that protects you. Mike Johnson has been part of that protection and has stood firm year after year. This is a moment where we have taken over the House. The people's House is once again belonging to the people. Perhaps this will be a turning point for all of us. We'll wait and see, but we will have our faith in God and in God alone and not in man. And we will say to you, as we say every single day, thank you. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you for having faith in our ability to tell this tale because, well, it's an important one. Ladies and gentlemen, you must give me a moment here while I pull up our verse of the day. Actually, can you guys pop that up in the the chat? As we have lost actually the plot and the script. But I would never leave you without the verse of the day. We always make sure that we have our North Star and are reminded, once again, who's in charge and who's in control. Spent a lot of wrestling against gods and man. But there is only one true God. And he's actually in charge. A lot of wrestling for power. Who will be in charge of this nation? Doesn't matter. Doesn't act like it's good that we're winning. But quite frankly, God is in charge and always has been. So whatever Joe Biden does, whatever boom, clap, hallelujah, embarrassing high school musical stuff that the Democrats do, it really is, quite frankly, in the grand scheme of things, irrelevant. And you mustn't let your heart be troubled because God is in control. Our verse of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Blessed is the one who trusts in the Lord, who does not look to the proud, to those who turn aside to false gods. Psalms 40. Man, this should be a branded stamp that gets seared into the backsides of every person who enters Washington, D.C. Too many of them look to false gods. Too many of them see themselves as gods. But they are not. Mike Johnson, Speaker Mike Johnson now, knows who God is. And that's a great step in the right direction. Ladies and gentlemen, join me again in praying for Mike Johnson and in celebrating this very, very important moment. A win for us, a win for freedom, a win for our movement. March forward, stand upright. God is in control. It's your boy Benny. See ya.